सकते अम्मा, आपको मैं 100 टाइम बोल चुका हूँ।
नहीं ऐसा कुछ बात। फेरोज जी आप जो कर रहे हैं ना, आप जो कर रहे हैं, व्हाट यू आर डूइंग इज एसेंशियली पेंटिंग एन एंटायर कम्युनिटी अ सर्टेन वे। आप वैसे बात मत करिए प्लीज। ये मतलब रिलीजन के बारे में नहीं है। अगर आपको प्रोटेस्ट करना है बिल्कुल राइट है, लेकिन सर तन से जुदा ऐसे स्लोगन्स बोलोगे तो ऑब्वियसली दे विल बी आउटरीच, ऑब्वियसली एक्शन होगा ग्राउंड पे।
सर तन से जुदा को हम कंडेम करते हैं, हम उसको सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहे हैं। और ये जो राजा सिंह है ये 20 साल से कर रहा, तो अब पानी सर पे से ऊपर हो गया, या तो उन्हें जेल को जाना या तो उन्हें माफी मांगना। तीसरी चीज, मुसलमान सुनने को तैयार नहीं है, मैं आपके चैनल पे बोल दे रहा हूँ।
नहीं आप पहले आप तो रिप्रेजेंटेटिव नहीं है पूरे कम्युनिटी के लिए फिरोज जी, आप आपके लिए बात कर लीजिए।
जो सुनिए, दो भी है, फेरोज खान हो, राइट, हिंदुस्तानी हो, मैं आपको बोल रहा हूँ, कोई भी राजा सिंह के स्टेटमेंट से कोई हिंदू खुश नहीं है। हिंदू मुसलमान मिलकर रहता था, इन्हें शर कहीं को पैदा कर रहा। आज हिंदू रहता, मुसलमान आजू बाजू रहता, डर रहा आजू बाजू रहने को।
ठीक है, ठीक है। अगर आप बोल रहे हो, मैं फिर भी यही बोल रही हूँ फेरोज जी, आपके पास बिल्कुल राइट है कि प्रोटेस्ट करो, बोल दो कि हाँ राजा सिंह के खिलाफ और एक्शन लेना चाहिए। लेकिन जब ऐसे स्लोगन्स बोलते हैं ये लोग जो मतलब स्ट्रीट्स पे है, सरतन से जुदा बोलते हैं, तो फिर उनको अरेस्ट ही करना पड़ेगा। लीगली एक्शन तो लेंगे ना आप। और मतलब ओवैसी जब ऐसे फैसिलिटेट करते हैं उनके रिलीज, आप कैसे बैक कर सकते हैं उसको?
आप मेरी बात सुनिए, अरेस्ट करिए। अगर से तेलंगाना पुलिस अरेस्ट करना शुरू करेंगी तो थक जाएंगी, जेला भर जाएंगे, पुलिस स्टेशन भर जाएंगे, मगर ये जज्बात कम नहीं होगा। दोनों चीजों में से एक में होता। मैडम
होने दो ना फेरोज जी, होने दो क्योंकि जैसे आप बात कर रहे हैं वो ऐसे है कि आज शाम भी सब लोग आ जाएंगे और ऐसे ही स्लोगन्स बोलेंगे। आप एक चीज मतलब एक साइड में आप बोल रहे हैं कि मैं कंडेम करता हूँ, दूसरे साइड ये बोल रहे हैं कि ठीक है होने दो, हम देखेंगे।
नहीं होने दो, नहीं समझ रहा, मुसलमान नहीं समझ रहा। मैडम आप जरा समझिए मेरी बात को। आप उन्हें जो गलती कराई, एक टाइम गलती करा तो बात अलग है। नुपुर शर्मा का केस अलग था, उन्हें एक टाइम बोली, इन्हें 20 साल से बोल रहा। तो आप बात को जरा समझिए। नुपुर शर्मा की गलती छोटी मोटी है, ये राजा सिंह की गलती बड़ी गलती है। इन्हें 49 टाइम्स बोल दिया अब तक 20 साल के अंदर। ये बात आप जरा समझिए। ये फितरतन खराब आदमी है, ये बात मुसलमान को समझ में आ गया। तो उसके लिए देश का, शहर का अमन शांति रहना है, हिंदू मुसलमान मिलकर रहना है, तो उसको माफी चाहो बोलो, या उसको जेल को भी जाओ। दोनों में से आप एक करो, दो भी नहीं कर रहे आप।
नहीं एक सेकेंड फेरोज खान जी, जैसे आप बोल रहे हैं कि टी राजा के खिलाफ एक्शन होना चाहिए, उनको गिरफ्तार किया है, कोर्ट ने उसको रिलीफ दे दिया, तो आप कोर्ट जाइए, आप लीगली फॉलो कर लीजिए प्रोसेस को। आप ऐसे स्ट्रीट्स पे आकर वायलेंट कॉल्स देना, क्या आप मानते हैं कि ये सही है, कि ये करेक्ट तरीका है? क्या कर सकते हैं लोग, क्योंकि कोर्ट ने उनको बेल दिया है?
नहीं, पीडी एक्ट में बुक कर सकते हैं, 49 केसेस पेंडिंग है।
तो आप कोर्ट जाइए ना फेरोज जी, आप कोर्ट जाइए।
ये कोर्ट नहीं, ये मुख्यमंत्री करने का काम है।
तो आप
कोर्ट का काम नहीं है, ये मुख्यमंत्री तेलंगाना।
तो आपको अगर लगता है कि मुख्यमंत्री इस पे एक्शन लेना चाहिए तो कोर्ट पे जाकर वो ही बोल दीजिए।
नहीं, कोर्ट इसके बारे में कुछ भी टिप्पणी नहीं करता। ये पीडी एक्ट का मामला है, ये गवर्नमेंट का मामला है।
The problem is that these elements want to use this as an excuse to create ruckus on the streets of Hyderabad, as you heard there from Mr. Ferrous Khan as well, who's refusing at this point to say, yes, he says that it's condemnable, but then doesn't back or endorse action against any of these mobsters who even resorted to pelting officials yesterday. That's the reality of what's happening, and the reality also is that this kind of political patronage is enjoyed by protesters. Look at that on your screens. Or Asaduddin Owaisi having a conversation with a protester has gone ahead and said that we will ensure you're taken care of. Your families were very worried about you. Barely 24 hours after he condemned what happened yesterday. I want to play out for you exactly what happened in that phone conversation where a protester is seen speaking to Asaduddin Owaisi on the phone, and what he tells the protester as he facilitated his release as well as nearly 79 others.
I completely condemn such slogans. No one has the right to take law in their hands. We have given a complaint, a timely action has been taken. No one should use these slogans. You cannot take law into your hands.
और भाई बहुत बुरा हुआ, वो मालूम होते कि मेरे को मुजफ्फर को बोला
जी और जो आके मुजफ्फर कॉपरेटर साहब और समस्त कॉपरेटर साहब आके हम लोग रिहा करे, और आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, जज़ाकल्लाह।
अब जाओ, 1:30 बज गया, सुबह 1:30 बज रहे, अब जाओ घर में परेशान होंगे।
जी
इंशाल्लाह मुजफ्फर समझ लिया कि आप घर पे छोड़ देंगे।
जी अच्छी बात है साहब, शुक्रिया साहब।
आराम से रहो, परेशान न हो, इंशाल्लाह मालूम होता है कि हम हरकत में आए और ये नहीं होना था वो।
जी साहब।
आप जाइए, घर को जाइए, आराम करिए।
जी अच्छी बात है साहब, शुक्रिया जज़ाकल्लाह साहब।
हाँ, घर वाले परेशान होंगे, आप जाइए।
जी अच्छी।
ओके।
So that is the conversation that exposes essentially Owaisi's hypocrisy in this entire Hyderabad protest that we're witnessing. Even last night, communal tensions were witnessed in the city as massive crowds protested against suspended BJP MLA T. Raja Singh over his comments against Prophet Muhammad. And again, Sartan Se Juda slogans were raised by the crowd. Here's a ground report.
This is what played out on the streets of Hyderabad on Wednesday night. Massive crowds gathered to protest against suspended BJP MLA T. Raja Singh and his comments against Prophet Muhammad. As the number of people swelled, slogans like Sartan Se Juda once again rang in the air, clearly emboldened by the lack of action against the chanters.
You can see how the stone pelting is done from the other side, where police are standing at this lane here, and the other side the protesters are pelting stone at the police officials. However, the police is trying to catch hold of these protesters and detaining them, taking them to the nearest police stations. The rapid action force, you can see how they are barging into the lanes, getting the protesters, detaining them, and then taking them into the vehicle that you can see here.
Parts of old Hyderabad witnessed unprecedented tensions as people from two communities started gathering on the streets. And the rapid action force immediately suited up in riot gear to control the situation.
From both the sides, as you can see, police have geared up, and now heavy police deployment can be seen. The vehicles have been brought up here. One side you can see how the traffic is disrupted for the common people traveling here at this side, and the other side the complete road has been blocked. Both the community protesters are coming in the opposite direction here. Police is standing as a barricade between them, trying to make them understand, trying to tell them that they have to calm down.
Things rapidly went out of control as the unruly mob resorted to stone pelting and tried to spread violence, and that's when the personnel on ground cracked the whip.
Police have started to lathi charge in the area. Hundreds of protesters running inside the lane of Shalibanda area. The RPF, Rapid Action Force, have barged into this lane. Lathi charge is being done. The protesters are being hit here. As you can see, the lathi charge at this point. The police are barging into the lane. The other side, the protesters are running from the lanes here after a huge, massive crowd gathering at this Shalibanda crossroad. Had been protesting for quite a long time, chanting objectionable slogans. Now there is unrest, a tense atmosphere at this place here, where police have now started to lathi charge.
Several MIM corporators were shockingly present during these violent protests and were seen arguing with the cops instead of stopping the blood-curdling Sartan Se Juda chants. This is what is playing out in one of the most peaceful cities in the country. Violent calls for beheading and vandalism as the TRS government merely watches on, offering lip service and nothing more. With Abdul Bashir in Hyderabad, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, another result, another fallout of what's been playing out in Hyderabad is that death threats have been issued to Raja Singh as well as his legal team. And joining us on this broadcast is Mr. Karuna Sagar, who is T. Raja Singh's lawyer, representing him currently in the court. Mr. Karuna Sagar, take us through the kind of threats that have been issued to you as well as your team, because we've also got some very disturbing images of how the Sartan Se Juda mob has started gathering at your residences as well.
Actually, after the remand rejection order of the MLA T. Raja Singh, I have been receiving several threat calls from inside the country and outside the country, who are originated from Saudi, and one from Philippines and some fringy mobs from fundamental people are just calling and threatening me to kill for defending Raja Singh. I, as an advocate, am defending my client, and there is nothing wrong in it. And if you have any objection, you can go and do whatever you can do in the court. Actually, it was the fault of the police and the court to bypass the procedure of 41 CRPC. That is the reason the court has rejected the remand.
Mr. Sagar, in the face of these kind of threats that you've been receiving, we understand your client, Mr. Raja Singh, also in the last 24 hours has received these threats. So has there been any sort of communication from the Telangana police to you, sir, or to your client, ensuring adequate security?
Mr. Raja Singh, being an elected MLA, he has been already provided security, and there are additional forces also covering him. And coming to my security, I have already filed a complaint with the police, but there is no communication from police as of now. This is not the first time when I have received the threats. Since 2012, when I have filed the first complaint against Shakbruddin Awais hate speech at Nirmal, I have been receiving death threats. I have filed several complaints and death threats. Several FIRs are issued. 3 persons were identified, arrested. Cases are going on them in the court. And I have also filed for a publication for gun license, but the same has been rejected for the reasons best known to them. I say that if any person who is having objection with the video, they are open, the courts are open, the police stations are open, they can file the complaint. But coming out on the roads and giving slogans, Satpamsa Juda, this shows that there is a lawless state. This is not Afghanistan or Pakistan. The government which claims that the Hyderabad is the safest city now see after 48 hours of protest, the police are unable to control the situation. They have blocked all the roads in the city. And this is not a way how to deal with the protesters who are lawless and they are not having any faith on the judiciary, courts and all this. They just demand to behead a elected MLA openly, and police are mid spectators, so that is a shameful act. And anybody who is taking the law into their hands shall be prosecuted. And have seen some of the Congress and some of the leaders from Congress in Hyderabad are giving open statements to kill MLA Raja Singh. This is also nothing but a provocation. There is some vested interest and a conspiracy who are provoking these people to come out on the roads and do all this.
Okay.
The person behind this should be brought to the book, and this is not the end.
So you believe, Mr. Karuna Sagar, that the kind of protest that we've been seeing right now in Hyderabad is all motivated by some external elements?
Definitely motivated by persons who are interested in the outcome of the case. The persons want to divert the issues. They want to directly target MLA Raja Singh.
Okay.
Already a case has been registered. Several cases have been registered. He was arrested. He was brought to the court. And it was fault of the police not to follow the procedure set forth by the Supreme Court of India. That is the only reason why the remand has been rejected. They have no other option. And now they want to create this. I want to keep this issue alive. And they are supporting indirectly to the protesters who are coming on the road and giving all these provocative statements.
Okay, Mr. Karuna Sagar, thank you for joining us here on India Today. I'd like to also connect with someone who's again a part of T. Raja's legal team. Neelam Bhargava is joining us on this broadcast. Neelam Bhargava, we're playing out footage from outside your residence, correct? Where this gang, this mob had gathered and started raising Sartan Se Juda slogans. Can you tell us what happened?
Yeah, namaskar. Yesterday when I was in City Civil Court attending a case, I received a call from my family members inquiring my status, where exactly I am, my location and all. So initially they did not inform me all this happened. So from court I went to my office, and from my office by the time I reached home it was night around 10 o'clock. So then my family informed me that there was a mob at my residence, and they were almost around 120 to 140 members, and they were raising these slogans of Sartan se Bida Kar Denge, and they were showing some hand gestures like we will kill you and all, and they were raising those slogans. So last night when I saw this video from the CCTV footage at my residence, immediately I reported it.
Neelam, has there been any action taken by the authorities to protect you and your family now?
As of now, there is no action taken. There is no update from police department on this issue.
Do you know any of these people who gathered? Are they locals from your area? Would you know, Neelam? Have you recognized any of them or seen them before?
My brothers identified them. They were informing me that they belong to nearby area.
Okay. So they are locals of the area.
Yes.
Okay, Neelam Bhargava, thank you for joining us here on India Today. So that is one of the lawyers of T. Raja. This is the CCTV footage from outside his home, which he put out on social media, where you can see a mob essentially going through, and when they're passing by chanting Sartan Se Juda. The lawyer wasn't at home. He says his family, his mother was all alone, and now the authorities also have been notified about this particular incident. All right, let's move on to some other stories also that we're tracking this morning. Karnataka's madrasas are now under the scanner. The state primary education minister, B.C. Nagesh, has set a 15-day deadline to an education expert committee to submit a complete study report on madrasas in Karnataka. Once the report is in, the government will finalize its next course of action. The scrutiny of madrasas comes after the Education Department received several complaints regarding the education system in these madrasas. The Islamic education institutes are being accused of ignoring guidelines on including science, mathematics, and in some cases English in their syllabus. These madrasas are allegedly not allowing Education Department officials inside to evaluate the education system. A meeting with the primary education minister and officials was conducted regarding this review of the education system.
Some parents have complained that the schools doesn't teach science and math. Some schools doesn't teach us English. So their parents feel that their children will not be able to compete with the other students. And as you know, that the Right to Education Act clearly says that it is the responsibility of the government to see a scientific temperament, to develop the scientific development among the students. So, as someone was saying here, I heard that there are many madaras who were not allowing our teachers also, we did not have a first-hand information. And we have asked our officers to take first-hand information. If everything is right, there is no problem. If the children doesn't get the right education there, it is our responsibility to see that right education has to be given.
Now, with Ganesh Utsav celebrations on the brink, the Savarkar Showdown continues to play out in Karnataka. District after district, the state is witnessing protests and vandalism against posters of Savarkar. The latest flashpoint, however, is Hindu groups' clamour to celebrate Ganesh Chaturthi at the contentious Eidgah Maidan in Bengaluru.
Posters, protests and politics. The Savarkar Showdown is spilling into the festive season in Karnataka, as more and more right-wing groups are pushing for Savarkar flexes and posters to be put up in pandals during Ganesh Chaturthi, and the government seems to be on board.
Veer Savarkar ನಮ್ಮ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಒಬ್ಬ ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯ ಹೋರಾಟಗಾರ. ಈ ರೀತಿ ಲಘುವಾಗಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯ ಹೋರಾಟಗಾರನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಬಾರ್ದು. ಇಂಥವರ ಫೋಟೋನ ಗಣಪತಿ ಪಕ್ಕಕ್ಕೆ ಪೆಂಡಾಲಿಗೆ ಹಾಕ್ತೀವಿ, ಅದು ಅವ್ರ ಹೆಸರು ಇಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಬಾಲಗಂಗಾಧರ ತಿಲಕರ್ ಅವರ ಹೆಸರನ್ನ ಇಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಅದು ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು.
The move has irked Congress. The grand old party has been on an anti-Savarkar rampage in Karnataka.
Wanted to create controversy and they wanted to divert the attention of the people.
From maladministration.
There is a maladministration, there is no governance, there is no law and order, there is a corruption, rampant corruption in the government.
What he thinks about Hindutva, what he thinks about what he said about partition, what he thought about Muslim League. It's up to people to decide. If they want to pray to Savarkar, we have no issues. But as we have serious ideological differences with Savarkar, and we'll put it in front of the people.
And that's not all. The BJP is now pushing for Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations at the contentious Eidgah ground in Bengaluru. BJP's C.T. Ravi even shot off a letter to CM Bommai with a plea to allow Hindus to celebrate Ganeshotsav in the ground, which the government so far has been non-committal about.
इस वर्ष अभी वो मैदान अभी सरकार का कंदाया इलाका का मैदान ऐसा अभी बताया है. इसके लिए चामराजपेटे गणेशोत्सव समिति निर्णय किया है. मैदान में चौथी से अनंत हुण्णिमे तक उधर 11 डेज का कार्यक्रम बनाने के लिए सरकार को मनवी पत्र दिया है कंदाया इलाकों.
The Savarkar fire meanwhile isn't dying down either. After former CM Yedurappa flagged off a Savarkar Rath Yatra on Tuesday, there's been an endless war of words.
Veer Savarkar issue, unnecessarily these BJP friends, to spoil the atmosphere of the state, they have encouraging this subject. For that actually these Congress friends, they are putting petrol to fight it.
The problem with Mr. Kumaraswamy is he's an opportunist. So he is seeing an opportunity. Which side? He doesn't mind even if it is Savarkar, even it is Gandhiji. They want power. So you can't be hanging on both the trees. Please have a stand.
Amid the political firestorm over Savarkar, another incident of alleged vandalism has been reported, this time in Davangere. A Savarkar poster, according to right-wing groups, was torn and removed overnight.
ಬಾಲಗಂಗಾಧರ ತಿಲಕ್ ಅವರು ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಫೋಟೋ ಆಗಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೆಲವು ಕಿಡಿಗೇಡಿಗಳು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ರು ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿ ತಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಂಗೆ ನಾವು ಇನ್ನೂ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಅವ್ರ ವೀರ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ದು ಬಾಲಗಂಗಾಧರ ತಿಲಕರ್ದು ಹಾಕ್ತೀವಿ. ಅವರೇನು ಯಾವ ಪಕ್ಷದವರು ಅಲ್ಲ, ಸ್ವತಂತ್ರ ಹೋರಾಟಗಾರರವರು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ವಿರೋಧ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ನಾವು ಯಾವುದಕ್ಕೂ ತಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಲ್ಲ.
From freedom fighters to gods, it is free for all now, with few months to go for elections in Karnataka. And now the showdown is clearly a much awaited Ganesha Chaturthi celebration in the state.
With Sagay Raj in Bengaluru, Bureau Report, India Today.
Slipping into a short break here on India Today. Coming up on the other side, we're tracking all that's expected in the courts today. The CJI NV Ramana will be retiring, and on his last day is hearing several crucial cases.
Kinmen Island. This is Taiwan's most threatened outpost, just 10 kilometers away from mainland China. If China made the Great Wall, Taiwan made a series of such tunnels right from 1949 onwards. Join me, Gaurav Sawant, as I report live and exclusive from Ground Zero, Taiwan, only on India Today.
Malaysia, US, Argentina, Egypt, Indonesia and Philippines have their eyes set on India's Tejas fighter jet. India has offered to sell 18 Tejas aircrafts to Malaysia. Designed by Aeronautical Development Agency, this is India's first self-made fighter jet. The fourth-generation aircraft has critical operational capabilities. It has an active electronically scanned array, electronic warfare, and is capable of air-to-air refueling. The jet is capable of carrying a load of 8 to 9 tons. The biggest advantage of this aircraft is its speed. India has agreed to provide 18 of these fighter jets to Malaysia.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Welcome back. Let's take a look at what's expected in the courts today. The tenure of Justice N.V. Ramana as the Chief Justice of India, who is the helm of the court for over 1 year and 4 months, is coming to an end on the last working day. Many high-profile cases have been listed in the Supreme Court. The top court will hear petitions challenging the release of the convicts in the Bilkis Bano case. The Supreme Court will also hear Congress MP Karti Chidambaram's petition seeking review of its earlier PMLA judgment. This is with regards to the Supreme Court upholding the powers of the ED to arrest and investigate in money laundering cases. The issue of Pegasus is also coming up in court today. The court-monitored committee has submitted its final report and the Supreme Court is likely to take up this report for consideration. Besides that, a bench headed by CJI Ramana will also pass orders on the petition filed on Prime Minister Modi's security breach while he was in Punjab. Let's take this across to Anisha Mathur. She's joining us live with more details on this. Anisha, it's going to be a memorable last day for CJI Ramana because of the kind of high-profile and important cases coming up today in the top court.
Well, yes, tomorrow is the last day that the Chief Justice N.V. Ramana will be on the bench as the Chief Justice of India. And today, just the day before his retirement, the Chief Justice of India, N.V. Ramana, will be hearing a slew of important cases before special benches. Now, remember, the Pegasus case is something that we've been waiting for a long time. The committee of Justice S.R.V. Ravindran and others had filed its report in March, had interim report in March and then a report in July. The entire country has been waiting to see what happens with that. In the Punjab case, where the Prime Minister's cavalcade had undergone a security breach where people had stopped the cavalcade on the road. There was a roadblock that led to a problem there. That matter is also pending. The report in that matter is also awaited. We have to wait and see what the court will say about that as well. More importantly, the release of the convicts in the Bilkis Bano rape case, that has been challenged before the apex court. CPIM leader Subhashini Ali and others who've moved this petition are in the court as we speak, and they're waiting for the judges to arrive and start hearing the matters. There are several other important matters that will be heard by the court relating to the PMLA case, the review of the PMLA judgment, which has been challenged by Karti Chidambaram and others. In addition, because of that PMLA judgment, the several hundred cases had been affected directly, and about 116 of those cases are also pending in the Supreme Court and are listed for hearing before the Supreme Court. So in at least 4 big matters, that is Pegasus, PMLA, Bilkis Bano and the PM security breach matter, we are expecting that there could be some sort of observation or order from the court today. So a very big day, just the day before the Chief Justice retires.
All right, Anisha, thank you very much for joining us with all of those details. One of the issues and one of the cases that come up in the Supreme Court, which Anisha made a mention of, is the Bilkis Bano case, the petition against the release of the convicts in this case. A bench of CJI, Justice N.V. Ramana, Justice Ajay Rastogi and Justice Vikram Nath will hear the matter. A day ago, the top court had agreed to consider the listing of this plea, challenging the grant of remission to the 11 life convicts. 2 big BJP leaders have broken ranks and spoken up for Bilkis Bano. BJP leader and actor Khushbu Sundar, as well as Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, spoke out against the release of the 11 convicts. In fact, we're also seeing in Bilkis Bano's village, Radhikapur, a mass exodus of Muslim families after the convicts were released. Our reporters on ground found streets in the village completely deserted and houses locked up. The 11 men were released on August 15th, ironically on Independence Day, under the Gujarat government's remission policy after serving 15 years in jail in the Bilkis Bano case. For obvious reasons, there's been massive outrage across the country. The hope is that the Supreme Court now reverses the decision of remission.
सन्माननीय आमच्या सदस्यांनी या ठिकाणी खरं म्हणजे बिल्किस बानो प्रकरण इथे आणण्याचं काही कारण नव्हतं, पण साधारण ते आरोपी जे आहेत त्या आरोपींची जवळपास 20 वर्षाची काय सजा होती, ती सजा भोगून त्यांची सुटका त्या ठिकाणी का 20 वर्षाची का 14 वर्षाची जी काय असेल ती सजा भोगून त्यांची त्या ठिकाणी सुटका झाली आहे. सुप्रीम कोर्टाच्या आदेशाने या ठिकाणी सुटका झाली आहे. पण कुठलेही आरोपी असतील आणि ते सुटल्यानंतरही जर त्यांनी कोणी त्यांचा सत्कार करत असेल, स्वागत करत असेल तर चुकीचं आहे. आरोपी हा आरोपी आहे, त्यामुळे अशा प्रकारे त्याचं समर्थन हे या ठिकाणी करता येत नाही.
There's a woman out there who was brutally not just raped, gang raped. Her mother was made to watch her being raped. She watched her mother being raped. She watched her sisters being raped. Her 3-year-old child had her head bashed. Does that not outrage this nation? What is brave about saying we should care and that we should speak up? This should not be her fight. This should not be her fight alone. I repeat, what if this had happened? I'm asking every viewer out there, what if this had happened to you? What if you were raped? What if you were gang raped? What if your mother was raped in front of you and your sisters were raped in front of you and your child's head was bashed in? Would you want those men to walk free early on good behavior, being garlanded and being called Sanskari Brahmins? Would you want that? And if you don't want that in your life, don't look away, because tomorrow you will be the next victim because the laws are failing us. The government is failing us.
As a woman of this country, I always take pride saying that, you know, I'm somebody who takes my Indianness, who takes being a woman of this country called India with pride on my sleeves. I wear my Indianness on my sleeves. And this is what is not acceptable to me. And here I voice my opinion. I don't know if it's against my party line. I have seen a couple of my senior leaders actually speaking against it. I've seen Mr. Fadnavis speaking against it. I've seen a couple of other leaders speaking against it. But here, as a woman, I say what has happened to Bilkis Bano is not justified and it's not acceptable by me as a woman of this progressive country. called India, where we have a prime minister who speaks about Nari Shakti and who talks about Beti Bachao Andolan at every now and then. And this is where I want my party to step in and say that this is not acceptable. This is not at all acceptable is what I really want to hear from my other colleagues from the party.
Let's move on to some political stories as well this morning. The Congress is in the throes of uncertainty over the next party president post. Hours after Congress chief Sonia Gandhi met with Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot, the Gandhis left for, in fact, a trip abroad, even as the poll scheduled to elect the new party president was underway. Sources revealed that Sonia met Gehlot and had asked him to take up the party leadership post. According to sources, Gehlot neither confirmed nor denied the same. He said that he will keep trying till the very last and end to convince the Gandhis. The Rajasthan Chief Minister made a visit to Delhi solely to attend the meeting at 10 Janpath before heading to Ahmedabad. Although his name has been doing the rounds, there's no official confirmation from the party. Top sources earlier also indicated that Sonia has been trying to convince Rahul Gandhi to file his nomination to contest in the presidential election of the party.
सोनिया गांधी ने आपको बुलाया था तो आपको क्या बोला? अध्यक्ष बनने के लिए कहा ना?
कल भी मुलाकात नहीं हुई, थोड़े दिन पहले भी मुलाकात हुई थी। मुलाकात होती रहती है, हमारी कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष है, उनसे मुलाकात नहीं होगी तो किससे होगी? नड्डा से होगी। नड्डा जी हमारे बीजेपी अध्यक्ष, उनसे मुलाकात करूंगा।
आप डिनाई कर दीजिए कि सोनिया गांधी ने आपको बोला है कमान संभालने के लिए।
मैंने कहा ना आपको, सोनिया गांधी जी जो है उससे हम चर्चा करते रहते हैं, चुनाव के बारे में भी और राहुल गांधी को बनाए अध्यक्ष उसके बारे में भी, और राजनीतिक तौर से क्या स्थिति है देश के अंदर, क्या ये लोकतंत्र हत्या कर रहे हैं उसके बारे में बात करते हैं।
इधर उधर की बात मत कीजिए, आप इधर उधर की बात मत कीजिए। मैं आप कह दीजिए सोनिया गांधी ने मुझे नहीं कहा।
अब सोनिया गांधी जी मेरी बात गुजरात के बारे में हुई है, वो तो पूछ नहीं रहे हो आप।
मुस्कुराहट आपकी बहुत कुछ कह रही है, पर ये आप कोशिश करेंगे राहुल गांधी की, राहुल गांधी
जी लास्ट मोमेंट तक कोशिश करेंगे, उनको अध्यक्ष बनना चाहिए, वरना हमारे लोग निराश हो जाएंगे, घर बैठ जाएंगे।
And amid all of the speculation, Congress's Jaivesh Shergill has resigned as the national spokesperson of the party. Jaivesh Shergill has claimed that the party's decision-making process is no longer in the interest of the country, but is influenced by self-serving interests of individuals.
The decision-making of the Congress party is not in sync with the ground reality anymore. I am merely a pawn, a small-town person who joined politics, does not come from a political family, who has been seeking time from Mr. Rahul Gandhi, Shrimati Priyanka Gandhi, and Mrs. Sonia Gandhi for more than 1 year plus. But the youth, the voice of the youth, who do not speak in their self-interest, but speak for the betterment of the party, speak for better ways to raise the issues of the people, are not welcomed in the office or the audience of them. So, and I can't just say more to them.
And we're switching focus to all the big developments coming in from the national capital, where the Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that there are attempts by the BJP to poach their MLAs. AAP claiming that they're unable to contact some of their MLAs. Remember that today there's a key huddle that Kejriwal has called with all MLAs. What we're picking up right now is that nearly 23 MLAs have already reached Chief Minister Kejriwal's residence for this meeting that's happening, as the Aam Aadmi Party has claimed that Operation Kamala is underway in Delhi, a charge that's been rubbished by the BJP. You've had, in fact, AAP MLA Dilip Pandey claiming that there are attempts to poach 40 MLAs from the Aam Aadmi Party by the BJP. So the information we're picking up right now is that 20 plus MLAs have already, in fact, turned up at Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence for that crucial meet. We're going to be connecting with our reporters on the ground in just a bit. But at this point, there's in fact a lot of talk within the Aam Aadmi Party, where they're alleging that there are attempts to poach their MLAs, which is why, in fact, they're holding this particular meeting as well. We understand that 20 plus MLAs have already turned up at Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence. Will all MLAs be there, or will there be any truth to the Aam Aadmi Party's allegation that some of the MLAs right now are incommunicado. They've gone missing. In fact, you've had the Aam Aadmi Party maintaining at this point that their MLAs are being offered money, crores, by the BJP to join the Bharatiya Janata Party. Amit Bhartwaj is joining us live with more details on this. Amit, amid all of these allegations of horse trading and poaching, tell us what's happening at Kejriwal's residence at this point, because we understand that 20 plus MLAs have already turned up.
Arvind Kejriwal's residence right at Flagstaff Marg. So look at the arrangement. This is the main entrance of Arvind Kejriwal's residence, but the MLAs who are coming, their vehicles are stopping right here and they are made to walk all through so that, their attendance is pretty much visible in the media's camera. And right there you could see that is an MLA, Aam Aadmi Party MLA entering the Chief Minister's residence. So it is being made sure by the party as well that whoever is coming for this meeting are right there in the public view so that media could record it. Media can, count the numbers as to how many MLAs are reaching here. It is kind of a messaging tactics of the Aam Aadmi Party right now. So three crucial things that needs to be taken out of this meeting at Mr. Kejriwal's residence is that, number one, Aam Aadmi Party is trying to get a real head count as to how many MLAs turn up for the Legislative Party meeting at the Chief Minister's residence. So that would make the picture clear as to how many people are with the party and whether there are chances of anybody trying to even considering to switch boards. So that picture, that larger picture, will be clear by the end of this meeting. In fact, by the time this meeting starts. And barely 10 minutes from now, the meeting at Mr. Kejriwal's residence will begin. And all Delhi MLAs, the Legislative Party, meeting has been called, which means all Delhi AAP MLAs are expected to attend the meeting. I spoke to Atishi, who is senior leader of Aam Aadmi Party and MLA as well from Delhi. She said that we are hoping that all of our MLAs
Let's play that out. Amit, stay with me. Let's play out your conversation with Atishi right now on this entire horse trading allegation that the AAP is leveling.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी कई दिनों से कोशिश कर रही है कि आम आदमी पार्टी को दिल्ली सरकार को गिरा सके। हमारे विधायकों को पैसे के ऑफर दिए जा रहे हैं, धमकियां दी जा रही हैं। दिल्ली के उप मुख्यमंत्री को भी धमकी दी गई थी। उनको भी कहा गया था कि अगर तुमने हमारा ऑफर नहीं एक्सेप्ट किया तो फिर ये केसेस आगे बढ़ेंगे, नहीं तो केसेस विड्रॉ कर लिए जाएंगे। लेकिन ये आम आदमी पार्टी को तोड़ने का, दिल्ली सरकार को गिराने का पहला प्रयास नहीं है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी पहले भी कई ऐसे ऑपरेशन लोटस करने की कोशिश कर चुकी है, आज तक नाकाम रही है, आगे भी नाकाम रहेगी।
So that's what Atishi has had to say, where again she's lashed out at the BJP. Taking this back across to you, Amit, at this point, what we're picking up is that about 25 MLAs have turned up for this meeting. When the Aam Aadmi Party says that some MLAs are incommunicado, does that mean that they're conceding that they're in touch with the BJP? Because the BJP is denying anything of the sort.
Well, Akshita, again, this is between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. Aam Aadmi Party has said that there are poaching attempts.
Lotus in the national capital, and for that they had in fact brought in 4 MLAs who were allegedly given offers by the BJP to switch boards and join the Bharatiya Janata Party, which included senior MLAs such as Sanjeev Jha as well as Somnath Bharti. Right here in the visuals, one after other, Aam Aadmi Party MLAs are turning up at Mr. Kejriwal's residence. We saw Sahiram Pahelwan just a few minutes back entering the house, and another MLA entering Mr. Kejriwal's residence, and one after other. The cars of AAP MLAs are reaching out here, and they are making sure, the party is making sure that everything is recorded on the camera. Right there, there's another MLA who has this Gopal Rai, Rajendra Pal Gautam, second minister. Akshita, this is a second minister, cabinet minister of the Kejriwal government, who has reached the ground. I know, for Alok Das to reach out, this place would be a little difficult, but we are also trying to speak and get as many voices as possible as to what is the picture right now. What is the picture right now? To make that clear, Mr. Rajendra Pal Gautam is speaking. We are trying to get the pictures. राजेंद्र जी, क्या स्थिति है अभी?
Amit, getting us those live reports as MLAs continue to stream into Chief Minister Kejriwal's residence. The Aam Aadmi Party.
ये जो पैसों के लेन देन की वो आपके अपने लोगों ने किए, तो इनका जवाब कौन देगा? आज हिमाचल गए हैं मनीष सिसोदिया, क्या हिमाचल की जनता को बताएंगे कि शराब माफिया के साथ उनकी क्या दोस्ती थी, क्या पैसों की डील हुई? और जिस सरकार के उप मुख्यमंत्री और मंत्री दोनों खुद बिक चुके हैं, उप मुख्यमंत्री शराब माफिया के हाथों बिके और मंत्री सत्येंद्र जैन हवाला माफिया के हाथों बिके, जेल में बैठे हैं, कोर्ट ने जमानत देने से मना कर दिया है। तो उस सरकार में कोई और बिकेगा नहीं बिकेगा, इसका क्या मतलब है इन बातों का? आपकी पूरी सरकार खुद बिकी हुई है। जब मनीष सिसोदिया के बिकने और चोरी करने के सबूत सामने हैं, सत्येंद्र जैन के बिकने और चोरी करने के सबूत सामने हैं, और इन दोनों के बिकने का मतलब है कि केजरीवाल खुद इस चोरी में शामिल हैं, तो फिर बाकी बातों का मतलब क्या है? बाकी सब केवल ध्यान भटकाने की कोशिश है। आम आदमी पार्टी का ये सब कहना कि हमारे विधायकों को खरीदा जा रहा है, तोड़ा जा रहा है, ये सब केवल जो चोरी पकड़ी है मनीष सिसोदिया जी की, उससे ध्यान भटकाने की कोशिश है। देखिए, सवाल केवल सीधा है। मनीष सिसोदिया ने शराब माफिया के साथ डील की और उनकी चोरी पकड़ी गई। अब इससे ध्यान भटकाने के लिए आप रोज कोई नया झूठ बोले, रोज कोई नया तमाशा करें, इस सब से क्या हासिल होगा?
So that is the BJP hitting back at the Aam Aadmi Party over their allegations of poaching. It's a story that we'll continue to track very, very closely here on India Today. That's it from me. Thank you for tuning in.
До речі, підкреслю, що Україна, безумовно, до цього не має відношення, тому що ми не кримінальна держава, якою є Російська Федерація, і тим більше не терористична держава.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
आजकल तो ऐसा लग रहा है हमारी पिक्चर अगर बॉयकॉट नहीं करी तो विल फील आउट ऑफ प्लेस, तो प्लीज बॉयकॉट करते रहना। हाँ, हमारी पिक्चर भी करना थोड़ी बॉयकॉट।
It's as if Taapsee Pannu's wish has come true. She asked for the social media troll army to boycott her film Dobara, and it seems like that's exactly what's happened. Anurag Kashyap and Taapsee Pannu's latest release has shown poor response on the first day of its release. The film barely had 2 to 3% occupancy in theatres and collected a meagre sum of approximately 30 lakhs. There are surely many films which flop at the box office, but the reason to why Dobara's poor showing has made it to the news here is because of this statement that Taapsee Pannu, the actor, as well as the director of the film, Anurag Kashyap, made even before the film's release.
आजकल तो ऐसा लग रहा है हमारी पिक्चर अगर बॉयकॉट नहीं करी तो विल फील आउट ऑफ प्लेस, तो प्लीज बॉयकॉट करते ना हमारी पिक्चर भी करना थोड़ी बॉयकॉट, हमें लगना चाहिए. वी शुड बी इन द लीग ऑफ लाल सिंह चड्ढा एंड द लीग ऑफ रक्षा बंधन, द लीग ऑफ ऑल द फिल्म्स दैट आर गेटिंग बॉयकॉटेड बिकॉज़ ऑल द फिल्म्स आर गेटिंग बॉयकॉटेड.
Well, it seems like Anurag and Taapsee's film has surely made it to that league of Amir Khan's Lal Singh Chadda and Akshay Kumar's Raksha Bandhan, which tanked at the box office post the boycott trend. This despite Dobara being critically acclaimed. Bollywood as an industry has surely been struggling to get back on its feet post the COVID-19 pandemic. First, it was the OTT transition, which hurt the film industry's revenue collection. Then came South Indian films, which did much better than Bollywood movies at the box office. And now, this cancel culture that severely dented the industry's prospects.
Watching India Today.
Very good morning. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. The headlines first. AIMIM chiefs open hypocrisy on Sartan se juda thugs after seeking their arrest. Owaisi now goes on to secure their bail and release. Protests erupt in Hyderabad overnight. Hate slogans of Sartan se juda in Shah Ali Banda area. Heavy police deployment to control crowds. After charges of Operation Kamala, AAP's key huddle over what's really happened. In fact, here we're seeing the liquor gate policy, the liquor policy itself that's dragged in Telangana's KCR daughter, Kavita, who says that these allegations are absolutely false. A big day in top court today. On his last day, CJI to hear several key cases. Bilkis rapist remission case, Prime Minister Modi's Punjab security breach case listed. A day after seizing 2 AK-47 assault rifles and bullets, ED arrests Chief Minister Hemant Soren's alleged aide Prem Prakash in a illegal mining case. South African experts tasked with reducing Twin Towers to rubble to speak to India today. They say that this explosion that will take place in barely 9 seconds will be an absolutely safe affair.
Fully confident that we will get this thing down safely. We've spent a lot of time designing the blast and planning it, preparing the building, so we are fully confident.
A massive twist in Hyderabad street wars. A massive twist in Hyderabad street wars. The Hyderabad police has detained 3 non-Muslim persons for allegedly joining the protesters and pelting stones. The 3 were caught by local Muslims and roughed up before being handed over to the police. The cops now suspect that some non-Muslims may have been posing as Muslims to take part in Sartan se juda protests. In fact, the non-Hindu suspects are being questioned to ascertain their motive. The police heat now on suspected role of non-Muslims comes even as Hyderabad cops have been accused of turning a blind eye to Islamist mobs chanting Sartan se juda on the streets of the city. Let me quickly cut across to Bashir joining us on the phone line for that. Bashir, we hear that some non-Muslims were caught who were part of the mob chanting Sartan Se Juda chants. What was their motive? The police, they've apprehended them. Who are they?
Yeah, absolutely, Nabila. As we've seen that yesterday's protest that has taken place in Hyderabad, Shalibanda area, where massive protesters marched towards and police had to sort of lathi charge to control the situation, during which 3 persons, allegedly non-Muslims, were detained by the police, where the protesters themselves had brought them to the notice of the police that they were pelting stones during the protest to create a tense atmosphere, and they were detained by the police. However, the police has not given any proper clarity about what the names were, what the identification was, and what the motive was. The police has stated that they are still investigating and will give information once they have the information from them. So this is the situation in Hyderabad, where massive protest had taken place in Shalibanda area of Hyderabad. These 3 were among those protesters who were chanting slogans, who were demanding that Raja Singh must be arrested. So these protesters who were right near the Shalibanda area, near Aisha Takis, have identified these 3 people. Now the police have detained them in the night, and the more information has to be revealed by the police. Yes.
Now, we hear that all through the night there were hectic protests that were launched by people within the community condemning what T. Raja had said, the BJP leader, against Prophet Muhammad. Again, chants of Sartan Se Juda echoed in many streets of Hyderabad. Is that true?
Yes, absolutely. Yesterday, during the protest, there were several times that the protesters have chanted this slogan, Sartan Se Juda, at the protest site. However, no political leader was seen among them chanting this slogan. But yes, the protesters were continuously chanting this slogans near Shalibanda area of Hyderabad. They had made several other slogans like Raja Singh ko faasi do, Raja Singh must be hanged till death, and the other was Raja Singh must be arrested. And then the Sartan Se Juda slogan was raised by the protesters near the area of Shalibanda, Hyderabad.
At this point, Abdul Bashir, many of those protesters chanting Sartan Se Juda slogans have not been apprehended. In fact, many of them who were caught were released overnight after the involvement of AIMIM Asaduddin Owaisi. So it doesn't seem like the police are really strictly cracking down on those people raising those chants. And we know that these chants don't limit themselves to protests or chants alone. It could lead to murder. And that's what we saw in the case of Kanhaiya Lal. This is almost like egging a certain community there to target people of another community because of what they said. Sartan Se Juda chants is basically a call to behead someone for saying anything against Prophet Muhammad, for defying or defaming Prophet Muhammad. So this should not be accepted. Are the police taking this up seriously? How are the police reacting to these protesters brazenly chanting these slogans?
Absolutely, yes. We have seen from the past 2 days when the protest erupted a day before yesterday, that is the 22nd night, the protesters had started chanting the slogans right in front of the police commissionerate's office. That is, we have seen in the visuals, and then continuously the protest was held in several parts of the city where people had been taking out rallies chanting the same slogan. But police, we have seen that police have detained few protesters, but no action or no FIR registered against those who have been chanting these slogans. That is what we are getting to know. Police has, however, refused to respond to the happenings yesterday, but they are still investigating and identifying people who have been chanting the slogans. That is what the top official has said. Continuously from the past 2 days, these slogans are being chanted at the protests that are being held in Hyderabad. Several protesters have gathered near the Shalibanda area, where yesterday night continuously we have heard these slogans from the protesters throughout the protest until the police had to resort to lathi charge.
And now, to make matters worse, you have non-Muslims joining in those protests, trying to pelt stones and raising such slogans, making it look as if Muslims are doing it. This is really getting murky, to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the situation that the leaders were talking about. However, Asaduddin Owaisi had clearly yesterday said that to India Today that the protesters have a right to protest. People have the right to protest in a democracy, but resorting to violence, chanting such slogans is not acceptable. Police have to register a case and arrest these people. However, allegedly, an AIMIM corporator was said to be involved in the rally where these slogans were raised. And then replying to it, Asad Owaisi has said that he will be arrested, action will be taken against him. He was already detained yesterday. So this is the position where the top leaders are not taking this seriously. The police officials are not taking this seriously. That is why we are listening to such slogans from past 2 days.
Yeah.
So now
and that's what's shocking. T. Raja, BJP leader, has insinuated, he's said a statement against Prophet Muhammad, triggering these kind of protests. And then protesters come out, raise chants, make beheading calls, and then the police stays silent. They don't act on those protesters and have let out T. Raja on bail. This is basically a good mix for communal tensions ahead of that bipole in the state of Telangana. Thank you very much, Abdul Bashir, for joining us. Now, AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi's beheading hypocrisy quite exposed here. After condemning Sartan Se Juda slogan, Owaisi has now ensured the release of his party workers who carried out violent protests chanting that slogan Sartan Se Juda in Hyderabad. And in fact, in a phone call which India Today has accessed, he is heard consoling those protesters. The AIMIM chief there calls this unfortunate. The fact that they were arrested, he says it is highly unfortunate, and then attempts to release all of them from police custody. More than 80 protesters were released from AIMIM chief's brother and leader of opposition Akbaruddin Owaisi's intervention. Earlier, Owaisi had condemned the slogan, saying that no one should take law into their own hands. Congress leader Ferrous Khan also jumping into this, provoking statements that he's made, saying that former BJP MLA should be beaten up for what he said. Meanwhile, suspended BJP leader T. Raja and his lawyer Karunga Sagar have claimed that threat calls they've received over the last 2 days. Karuna has said that he's received calls even from UAE.
I completely condemn such slogans. No one has the right to take law in their hands. We have given a complaint, a timely action has been taken. No one should use these slogans. You cannot take law into your hands.
और भाई बहुत बुरा हुआ वो मालूम होते कि मेरे को मैं मुजफ्फर को बोला
जो आके मुजफ्फर कॉपरेटर साहब और समस्त कॉपरेटर साहब आके हम लोग रिहा करे और आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया जज़ाकल्लाह।
अब जाओ 1:30 बज गया, सुबह 1:30 बज रहे, अब जाओ घर में परेशान होंगे।
जी
इंशाल्लाह मुजफ्फर समझ लिया कि आप घर पे छोड़ देंगे।
जी अच्छी बात है साहब, शुक्रिया साहब।
आराम से रहो, परेशान रखो, इंशाल्लाह मालूम होते कि हम हरकत में आए मगर ये नहीं होना था वो।
जी साहब
आप जाइए, घर को जाइए, आराम करिए।
जी अच्छी बात है साहब, शुक्रिया जज़ाकल्लाह साहब।
घर वाले परेशान होंगे, आप जाइए।
जी अच्छी
ओके।
Mr. Karuna Sagar, take us through the kind of threats that have been issued to you as well as your team, because we've also got some very disturbing images of how the Sartan Se Juda mob started gathering at your residences as well.
Actually, after the remand rejection order of the MLA T. Raja Singh, I have been receiving several threat calls from inside the country and outside the country. Two are originated from Saudi, and one from Philippines and some fringy mobs from fundamental people are just calling and threatening me to kill for defending Raja Singh. I, as an advocate, am defending my client, and there is nothing wrong in it. And if you have any objection, you can go and do whatever you can do in the court. Actually, it was the fault of the police and the court to bypass the procedure of 41 CRPC. That is the reason the court has rejected the remand.
Slogans of Sartan Se Juda kar denge, and they were showing some hand gestures like we will kill you and all, and they were raising those slogans. My brothers identified them. They were informing me that they belong to nearby area.
All right, now communal tensions in Hyderabad continue to simmer. Massive crowds protested against suspended BJP MLA T. Raja over his comments that he's made against Prophet Muhammad. Sartan se juda, that's the slogan that's now being chanted against T. Raja amid those crowds in Hyderabad who've launched a massive protest over the last 2 days. Listen in.
This is what played out on the streets of Hyderabad on Wednesday night. Massive crowds gathered to protest against suspended BJP MLA T. Raja Singh and his comments against Prophet Muhammad. As the number of people swelled, slogans like Sartan se juda once again rang in the air, clearly emboldened by the lack of action against the chanters.
You can see how the stone pelting is done from the other side, where police are standing at this lane here, and the other side the protesters are pelting stone at the police officials. However, the police is trying to catch hold of these protesters and detaining them, taking them to the nearest police stations. The rapid action force, you can see how they are barging into the lanes, getting the protesters, detaining them, and then taking them into the vehicle that you can see here.
Parts of old Hyderabad witnessed unprecedented tensions as people from two communities started gathering on the streets. And the rapid action force immediately suited up in bright gear to control the situation.
From both the sides, as you can see, police have geared up, and now heavy police deployment can be seen. The vehicles have been brought up here. One side you can see how the traffic is disrupted for the common people traveling here at this side, and the other side the complete road has been blocked. Both the community protesters are coming in the opposite direction here. Police is standing as a barricade between them, trying to make them understand, trying to tell them that they have to calm down.
Things rapidly went out of control as the unruly mob resorted to stone pelting and tried to spread violence, and that's when the personnel on ground cracked the whip.
Police have started to lathi charge in the area. Hundreds of protesters running inside the lane of Shalibanda area. The RPF, Rapid Action Force, have barged into this lane. Lathi charge is being done. The protesters are being hit here. As you can see, the lathi charge at this point. The police are barging into the lane. The other side, the protesters are running from the lanes here after a huge, massive crowd gathering at this Shalibanda crossroad. Had been protesting for quite a long time, chanting objectionable slogans. Now there is unrest, a tense atmosphere at this place here, where police have now started to lathi charge.
Several MIM corporators were shockingly present during these violent protests and were seen arguing with the cops instead of stopping the blood-curdling Sartan se juda chants. This is what is playing out in one of the most peaceful cities in the country. Violent calls for beheading and vandalism as the TRS government merely watches on, offering lip service and nothing more. With Abdul Bashir in Hyderabad, Bureau Report, India Today.
Here's big breaking news that we are tracking. Pegasus Spygate hearing that's currently underway. Supreme Court says Supreme Court's Pegasus panel there says no proof of Pegasus. Supreme Court panel says 29 phones scrutinized and no Pegasus has been found. The panel further saying malware in 5 phones may not be Pegasus. The centre not cooperating. This is a Supreme Court panel that's come out to say there is no Pegasus, no proof of Pegasus as yet. 29 phones that have been scrutinized and no Pegasus found. Let me cut across to Anisha Mathur joining us for more on that. Anisha, the country wanted to know and wants to know still if at all there's been any attempt by the government to spy on several individuals, including prominent businessmen, journalists, politicians and commoners. Tell us more about the Supreme Court panel who says in court that there is no proof of Pegasus so far.
Well, Nabila,
at the moment, what the technical committee report has has raised several concerns about malware being present, about privacy, etc. concerns. But the report that was the points of the report that were read out in open court by the Chief Justice say that only 5 out of the 29 devices that were checked by the committee, there was any malware, and there is no clarity at the moment whether the malware that was found was because of Pegasus infection or was for some other reason. The court has, however, said that they will take a call on whether the technical committee report can be made public at all. Second point, the report was in 3 parts. First 2 parts were the technical committee report. The third part was the recommendations by Justice R.V. Ravindran, a retired judge of the Supreme Court of India, who has given 5 recommendations regarding right to privacy, cyber security, etc. He has in fact said that there is need to enhance the cyber security law and the cyber security system in the country. He has also said that the ensuring protection of the citizens' right to privacy is a serious concern, that there is need for an independent agency to monitor various cyber security and privacy concerns. And more importantly, the committee has also said that the government has not cooperated with the committee at all. The report, the only one sentence was read out by the Chief Justice in the open court, because he said this is a report that the court will have to take a call on if anything can be made public at all. But he has said that the committee has clearly said that the government has not cooperated with the committee. Their stand has been exactly the same as it was when the matter was before the court, where the government had very clearly said that we cannot give any information because this is a national security concern. Therefore, the court, this issue of national security concern and balancing the various concerns still remains open. So at the moment, Nabila, while we do know that so far the committee has not found any specific evidence of Pegasus malware, it has also said that the government is not cooperating with the committee, and it has recommended that we need a robust cybersecurity, data protection and privacy infrastructure and agency to monitor all of these issues. Back to you.
All right, so the crux of it here, no proof of Pegasus found so far. 29 phones scrutinized, of which 5 phones malware has been found. But is that malware Pegasus? Indeed. Is it the Pegasus spyware? That needs to be established. But the Supreme Court saying for now there is no evidence that the government indeed spied on several of the individuals. More importantly, the Supreme Court, while hearing the matter, also says that the government is not cooperating with the committee as yet. So the probe will continue, but for now, this is what the Supreme Court hears. Do stay with us, Anisha. More breaking coming in from the Supreme Court. All right, now the Supreme Court hears Prime Minister's Punjab security breach case. Supreme Court slamming Punjab cops for this security breach of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Supreme Court observing, in fact, India Today expose, while our channel broke how Prime Minister Modi's convoy was blocked off by protesters despite enough and more information that the Punjab cops may have had. It seems like their intelligence had completely failed any of those protesters. They're trying to heckle Prime Minister's convoy as soon as he arrived in Punjab on the 5th of Jan, ahead of elections in the state. Now, the Supreme Court looking at the matter, also scrutinizing India Today's report. CJI says SSP Ferozpur has failed to discharge his responsibilities to maintain law and order, even though he was aware that people had gathered. The CJI further saying Prime Minister's security blue book needs an update. CJI says oversight panel to look into the breach. This is the Supreme Court establishing that the Punjab cops have terribly failed in ensuring security. Anisha Mathur joining us for more on that. Anisha, a quick word. Prime Minister's security breach in Punjab. It was quite a scare when a bunch of people tried to heckle Prime Minister's convoy right before elections in Punjab. The matter is now in Supreme Court. Of course, the court condemning that they've not done enough. Punjab cops have failed.
Well, yes, Nabila, the Supreme Court had in January appointed a committee headed by retired Supreme Court Justice Indu Malhotra to look into this PM security breach. That committee has now given its report, which has very clearly said that SSP Ferozpur failed to discharge his responsibilities to maintain law and order, that he was aware of the people gathering on the road. He was also aware that the PM convoy would be taking that particular route. The committee has also identified certain remedial measures. It has said that there has to be more training with regard to the Blue Book. The Blue Book on VVIP security also needs to be updated, and there needs to be better coordination between the state agencies and the central agency. But the court has also been informed by the committee that the SSP Ferozpur was negligent in his duty. The apex court for now has not passed any directions or orders on this matter. They have said that we are sending this report to the central government to look into this. It is now for the central government to consider what steps can be taken next on this particular issue. But this is a serious issue that has come up. This is a serious report that has come up before the court, where the court-appointed committee has found that there is need for a review of the Blue Book. There is a need for review of the security measures that are put in place, and there is need for an oversight committee to coordinate all of these issues. So a big recommendation coming in from the committee, and we'll have to now see what the government will do about this. Back to you.
You know, Anisha, we'd like to know what's been the justification of the Punjab police in court with regards to their failed protection for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It's the Prime Minister, it's not just any other Neta and his convoy entering Punjab. They were very well aware, informed. So this was their duty to be ensuring high security for the Prime Minister's convoy. So what justification have they given in court?
Well, Nabila, the Punjab police has not given any reports or written submissions since this matter came up back in March. Remember, at that time when this issue had come up, when this matter had happened, the court had questioned the Punjab government exactly what happened. At that time, the Advocate General for Punjab had said that we had made adequate arrangements. Then at that time, the Punjab government had said that it was not our fault, that it is the PM security which did not inform us that they were changing the route, that we had in fact informed the PM security in charge that there is some sort of hold up on this route. That was the stand that was taken back then. Today, there was no submission or statement by the Punjab police or the Punjab government. Today, the court has simply taken up the report that has been given by the court-appointed committee. So the big questions still remain because the details of the report have not been made public. A very short extract from that report has been read out in the open court. But the questions remain open. How exactly was that crowd allowed to come so close to halting the PM's convoy?
Right.
What exactly happened with the communication between the state agencies and the central agencies? Because the committee has said that information was being exchanged, but there seems to have been
absolute failure, and that's quite evident with the Supreme Court also now observing the same. Stay with us. Gaurav Bhatia of the BJP joining us on the phone line. Mr. Bhatia, CJI saying the SSP of Ferozpur has failed to discharge his responsibilities to maintain law and order, even though he was aware that people had gathered. This was almost, it appears that as if they deliberately did not convey the message to the Prime Minister's security. How would you look at this?
This is a very serious observation made by the apex court of the country after perusing the report. And I must say this with some responsibility today, that for the then Congress government, Channi ji acted under the instructions of the topmost leadership of the Congress party, ignoring the constitutional duty that he owed to the Prime Minister's post and to the people of the country. And this is a case of dereliction of duty, and it's a perfect example of how Congress party indulges in petty politics, going to any extent, even risking the life of the elected Honorable Prime Minister. And thus, this is a very serious remark made by the Honorable Supreme Court. Sonia Gandhi ji and Rahul Gandhi ji should take responsibility of the failure and apologize to the country.
All right, Mr. Gaurav Bhatia, thank you very much for joining us with those details. All right, that's the security breach of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, which it appears the Supreme Court has now observed that this has been an absolute failure from the part of the SSP Ferozpur. He's failed to discharge his responsibilities to maintain law and order, even though he was quite aware that people had gathered. The Chief Justice of India saying that Prime Minister's Security Blue Book needs an update. Oversight panel to look into this breach for now. In fact, the Supreme Court was hearing the matter on Prime Minister Narendra Modi's security breach on the 5th of Jan in Punjab. As soon as Prime Minister arrived into Punjab, there were a bunch of men who barged in, tried to heckle, showing black flags at the Prime Minister's convoy, right at his window. His vehicle, in fact, was quite literally surrounded. Soon as his security jumped in and cordoned them off. It was certainly a scare for the Prime Minister. At that point, a lot of questions were raised on how the Punjab police, despite knowing the Prime Minister's convoy was going to be entering Punjab, did not ensure security. And if their intelligence had failed, they have to respond in court today. All right, coming up on the other side of a short break, endgame for Noida's illegal skyscraper. More details up next. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
watching India Today.
Here's some big news coming in from the Supreme Court. Supreme Court has now agreed to reconsider the PMLA judgment. Supreme Court agrees to reconsider the PMLA judgment, says notice be issued, limited to 2 issues pointed out by the Chief Justice of India. Supreme Court to issue a notice to the centre on the powers of the Enforcement Directorate. The Supreme Court says, let the centre respond on money laundering law. The Supreme Court further saying that we want to stop black money, relook into the case report and presumed innocence. More or less, there was a lot of talk about the ED's powers. Under the PMLA Act, the ED was given enough powers to arrest and attach properties of those they believe or they felt had indulged in money laundering. So this Money Laundering Act, under that, the ED had indispensable powers to arrest anyone that they felt was corrupt or used corrupt practices to launder money. Let me quickly cut across to Anisha Mathur joining us live on that. Anisha, after much opposition on the ED powers, Supreme Court now agrees to reconsider the PMLA judgment. Tell us more.
Well, the Supreme Court has now issued notice on the review petition filed by Karti Chidambaram to review its judgment that was passed on the 27th of July. Now, remember, Karti Chidambaram's review petition had raised several grounds of challenge to that judgment, including the powers of the ED, the power of questioning, the fact that the court had said that ED is not a police within the CRPC and other matters. The Supreme Court for now, however, has said that they would be limiting the review to 2 prima facie issues. First, that the factor that the ECIR copy, the copy of the complaint or the FIR that is normally given in other IPC offences, in an ED, in a PMLA offence, the ED does not share the ECIR copy with the accused. Whether or not that provision is correct or not, the court is agreeable to hear that. Second is the issue of the reversal of presumption of innocence. That means that if you are accused in the ED, by the ED in a PMLA case, then it is up to you to prove that you are not in fact guilty. It is not that the prosecution has to prove you guilty first before you can get any relief. So that second issue could also impact the strict bail conditions, etc. But for now, the court has said that we are limiting the review to these 2 issues of reversal of presumption of innocence and whether the ECIR can be denied to an accused in a case like this. The senior advocate Kapil Sibal, who was appearing for the petitioner, that is Karti Chidambaram, had said that there are several other issues that need to be considered by the Supreme Court. But for now, the Chief Justice of India, Ramana, has said that prima facie, we want to limit it to these 2 issues and we let the next Chief Justice list the matter.
All right, we're shifting to some big breaking news coming in. All right, now some big escalation in AAP versus BJP street war. BJP protests against Arvind Kejriwal government. These are the protest visuals live that we're tracking. Aam Aadmi Party claims poaching. BJP calls this all drama. Liquorgate dangal on Delhi streets. In fact, some alarming statements coming out from Aam Aadmi Party leaders saying that some of their MLAs have gone missing. Now, they're incommunicado. In fact, this again comes on the heels of AAP accusing BJP of indulging in Operation Kamala, trying desperately to break the Delhi government, the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi, and this they accuse the BJP of doing so through Operation Kamala. BJP is here we're looking at protests. They're escalating on the streets of Delhi. AAP versus BJP street war now exploding, with the Kejriwal government accusing BJP of poaching their MLAs. Let me cut across to Tushar joining us live for more. Tushar, over to you. We see protests by the BJP. What are they protesting against?
देखिए, मैं आपको बता दूं कि शराब नीति को लेकर के बीजेपी आक्रामक है। हर गली मोहल्ले के अंदर आज जो है वो बीजेपी प्रदर्शन कर रही है। आपको तस्वीरें दिखाना चाहेंगे कि बड़ी संख्या में बीजेपी कार्यकर्ता जो है वो सड़कों पर है। इस तरीके से हर इलाके में जो बीजेपी के सांसद हैं, बीजेपी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष है, पूर्व केंद्रीय मंत्री है, मौजूदा केंद्रीय मंत्री है, तमाम अलग अलग इलाकों के अंदर इस तरीके से प्रदर्शन जो है वो कर रहे हैं। आदेश गुप्ता हमारे साथ हैं। सर, सीधा सवाल ये है कि लगातार आरोप लग रहे हैं आम आदमी पार्टी की तरफ से कि बीजेपी खरीद फरोख्त कर रही है विधायकों की, इसको लेकर के।
देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी अपनी चोरी को छुपाने के लिए, अपने भ्रष्टाचार को छुपाने के लिए तमाम ड्रामे कर रहे हैं। जैसे बंदर उछल कूद मचा रहा है, वैसे बंदर की तरह उछल कूद कर रहे हैं आम आदमी पार्टी और केजरीवाल और सिसोदिया। लेकिन उनके पास इस बात का जवाब नहीं है कि सिसोदिया जी जो आरोपी नंबर 1 है इस भ्रष्टाचार के, कि आपने शराब माफिया को हजारों करोड़ रुपए का फायदा जो पहुंचाया है और जो आपने उनका कमीशन 2.5% से बढ़ा के 12% किया है, इस बात का जवाब है उनके पास? क्या इस बात का जवाब है उनके पास कि उन्होंने शराब माफिया के लिए बिक्री के लिए उनके ड्राई डे की संख्या 21 से घटा के 3 की? क्यों आपने ब्लैक लिस्टेड कंपनी को अलाउ किया, जबकि 25 अक्टूबर 2021 को एक्साइज डिपार्टमेंट जब नोटिस देता है तो उस नोटिस पर कोई कार्रवाई नहीं होती है? तो इसका सीधा अर्थ है कि आप शराब माफिया को हजारों करोड़ रुपए का फायदा पहुंचाना चाहते हैं।
ये है कि सीबीआई इस पूरे मामले में जांच कर रही है, तो आखिर प्रदर्शन सड़कों पर क्यों? सीबीआई जब अपना काम कर रही है तो प्रदर्शन।
सीबीआई अपना जांच कर रही है, अपना काम कर रही है, लेकिन दिल्ली की जनता को के बीच में आकर उनको बताना है कि जो लोग ईमानदारी की कस्में खाते थे, जो स्वराज पुस्तक में लिखते थे कि कोई शराब का ठेका जब खुलता है तो उसमें भ्रष्टाचार होता है, ऐसे लोगों को बेनकाब करना ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपना कर्तव्य समझती है। और ऐसे लोग अपनी जिम्मेदारी से नहीं भाग सकते हैं, उन्हें जवाब देना पड़ेगा। शराब माफिया को आपने उनको फायदा दिलाने के लिए मैन्युफैक्चरर कंपनी को ठेके क्यों दिए?
गुप्ता है जो यहाँ पर लगातार प्रदर्शन जो है वो करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। आम आदमी पार्टी को घेरने की पूरी कोशिश इस तरीके से आप देख सके कि मनीष सिसोदिया के खिलाफ यहाँ पर प्रदर्शनकारी जो प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, उसके साथ ही अगर बात की जाए तो इस्तीफे की मांग लगातार जो है वो बीजेपी की तरफ से उप मुख्यमंत्री की यहाँ पर की जा रही है।
Shashank, thank you very much for joining us. I'm going to quickly cut across to many of those reactions coming in. Aam Aadmi Party accusing the BJP of Operation Kamala as they claim that some of their MLAs have gone incommunicado.
अभी सुन रहे थे कि मनीष सिसोदिया को अगले 10 दिन में गिरफ्तार करेंगे, लेकिन अब तो मुझे लगता है अगले 2-3 दिन में ही गिरफ्तार कर लेंगे इनको।
पहला प्रश्न है कि क्या यह हकीकत नहीं है कि कमेटी बनी थी? दूसरा प्रश्न है, क्या यह हकीकत नहीं है कि होलसेल और रिटेल को लेकर कमेटी ने जो रिकमेंडेशन दिया आपने उस रिकमेंडेशन को दरकिनार किया? तीसरा प्रश्न है, मनीष जी आपने ये जो रिकमेंडेशंस थे उनको दरकिनार किसके कहने पर किया, क्यों किया? क्या यह हकीकत है कि मोटा माल कमाने के चक्कर में आपने इन रिकमेंडेशंस को दरकिनार किया?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी कई दिनों से कोशिश कर रही है कि आम आदमी पार्टी को, दिल्ली सरकार को गिरा सके। हमारे विधायकों को पैसे के ऑफर दिए जा रहे हैं, धमकियां दी जा रही हैं। दिल्ली के उप मुख्यमंत्री को भी धमकी दी गई थी, उनको भी कहा गया था कि अगर तुमने हमारा ऑफर नहीं एक्सेप्ट किया तो फिर ये केसेस आगे बढ़ेंगे, नहीं तो केसेस विड्रॉ कर लिए जाएंगे। लेकिन ये आम आदमी पार्टी को तोड़ने का, दिल्ली सरकार को गिराने का पहला प्रयास नहीं है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी पहले भी कई ऐसे ऑपरेशन लोटस करने की कोशिश कर चुकी है।
इधर उधर की बात करने से कुछ फायदा नहीं होगा। किसको क्या ऑफर आ रहा है, आपके पास ना कोई एविडेंस है। पिछली बार आपने खुद झूठे एविडेंस तैयार किए थे, वो देश के सामने आ गए थे। लेकिन आज देश केवल एक सवाल पूछता है आम आदमी पार्टी से, केजरीवाल क्यों बिके शराब माफिया के हाथों? सिसोदिया क्यों बिके और कितने में बिके शराब माफिया के हाथों? सत्येंद्र जैन क्यों बिके और कितने में बिके हवाला कंपनी वालों के हाथों? इन सवालों के जवाब दो।
All right, now nearly 100-meter tall Supertech Twin Towers, all set to be demolished on the 28th of August. 2 towers that have violated building norms will be brought down in Noida. Preparations are on in full swing. The 3,700 kgs of explosives have been rigged already for this historic project. Supertech is now paying around 4.5 to 5 crores for this demolition drive. India Today exclusively spoke with those South African engineers, the experts who are currently part of this demolition squad. Let's take a listen in this exclusive interview where these experts have assured a safe demolition and address all residents that there's really nothing to worry. Listen in.
You have since carried out such explosions.
How is the experience in Southern Africa is different from this structure as we see, the very narrow passage between the resident area and this illegal structure? Joe?
Yes, well, I mean, it's a challenge to have buildings of this size. Over 100 meters, there's been few buildings imploded. We've done one larger in Johannesburg with less space. And
larger than this?
Yes, larger than this and less space. So we are fully confident that we will get this thing down safely. We've spent a lot of time designing the blast and planning it, preparing the building. So we are fully confident that given the space we have, which is more than what we've had previously.
We're seeing people are quite apprehensive, those who have residential areas.
I can understand that fully, of course. If anyone is living quite close to it, they must be concerned.
So what was the last your experience as terrible as this tall building and particularly the space between the residential complex and the structure that you demolished?
Our previous experience. Well, again, the previous one we did, the highest one was 108 meters high, but the space was severely restricted. So
that was much lesser than
here we have twice as much space. Okay, so we are quite confident that we will get it down on the ground without causing any damage to the buildings and the pipeline.
Well, Kevin, when you carry out such exercise, particularly use of exclusion, this would be second such experience for Indians and particularly first time in NCR. So we understand why people are a bit apprehensive. But when gravity works, when there is a free fall, literally a waterfall of this.
All right, big Supreme Court breaking here. Supreme Court issues a notice on the plea challenging the remission order of Bilkis Bano's convicts. Supreme Court issues a notice on petitions challenging the release of Bilkis Bano convicts. Notice issued to the centre and the Gujarat government. All 11 released convicts will be made party to the case. Hearing after 2 weeks' time. A big development coming in as the nation was furious over Bilkis Bano's rapists, those men who murdered several people and raped a pregnant Bilkis Bano, were out on remission. Supreme Court now issuing a notice on those petitions that challenge the release of Bilkis Bano's convicts. The notice issued to the centre and the Gujarat government. All the 11 released convicts will now be made party to this case. The hearing will begin after 2 weeks' time. This is the latest update coming in from the Supreme Court. Several petitioners there challenging Bilkis Bano's convicts' release. 11 of them who murdered people, family members of Bilkis Bano, and then raped a pregnant Bilkis Bano, have been let off as part of their remission by the Gujarat government. Petitions filed in Supreme Court against their release. Anisha Mathu joining us live for more. Anisha, a quick word as the Supreme Court takes up this matter on Bilkis Bano's convicts. 11 of them who were released. Of course, people furious over them walking out free after that heinous crime. Supreme Court now issuing a notice on the plea challenging the remission order, and possibly in 2 weeks' time the case will be heard.
Well, yes, Nabila, the Supreme Court has issued notice on this matter. In fact, the court has said that this matter will be heard after 2 weeks. The 11 convicts who've been allowed to walk out of jail, they will also be made party because their lawyer was present in the court and said that these petitions are by third parties who are not connected to the case, but they are asking for orders against us without making us party to the case. Interestingly, however, during the court hearing where the Chief Justice of India also mentioned that the Supreme Court order, which had allowed the Gujarat government to take a call on this matter, is being reported as if the court allowed remission for these persons, and that he has expressed dissatisfaction at the fact that it is being reported in this manner. Interestingly, also during this discussion in the court, Justice Ajay Rastogi has made a comment saying that remissions are granted in cases day in and day out. Why is it? The question here is that whether they can be granted remission which was in accordance with the policy or not. The remission itself, the power of the remission itself, is that really something that can be questioned? So a long discussion has happened in this particular case in the court right now. This petition was filed by the CPIM leader Subhashini Ali and two other women activists. Another petition is also pending for filed by Mahua Moitra, the TMC leader. The court has issued notice to the centre and the Gujarat government to respond. Now, what is also important is that the court has made this clear at least Justice Ajay Rastogi in his comments has said that the issue is whether the remission was granted according to the policy and whether there was actually mind was applied, a proper application of mind was there when considering all of this matter. He has also said that these persons have been convicted, they have served punishment. The question that has to be considered now is whether the remission was granted, was properly granted or not. So the court is making seems to be drawing a distinction between the fact, the outrage that this issue has created, that these persons were given, why were these persons given remission at all, versus whether this remission was granted in a proper manner or not. Because remember, senior advocate Kapil Sibal, who was appearing for the petitioners in this case, had argued that this was a very gruesome case, that 14 people were murdered, a pregnant woman was repeatedly gang raped, a 3-year-old child was murdered. And so why is this is why this case has created so many questions, particularly since the remission order itself is not available for the public to review. The court has therefore said that we will hear the matter, notice has been issued, and the matter will be heard after 2 weeks now. And the questions that have been raised by the court is, did the Gujarat government take a decision in a proper manner? Did the remission policy allow for this kind of a remission? And was there proper application of mind to all aspects when this decision was taken by the Gujarat government to let those 11 people walk out of jail? All of these issues will now be heard after 2 weeks. Back to you.
You know, Anisha, do stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Preeti Chaudhary, also joining us on the phone line for a little understanding on this. Preeti, several petitions filed by women's rights activists and even politicians, that way TMC's Mahua Moitra, CPIM's Subhashini Ali. These were people, along with other women's rights activists, who came out to file a petition against Bilkis Bano's convicts, 11 of them who murdered her family members and gang raped a pregnant Bilkis Bano, out as part of Gujarat's remission policy. Supreme Court now taking note of these pleas and will be hearing the matter in 2 weeks' time. Tell us more.
You know, what's to note here, Nabila, is what is Bilkis Bano's own defense going to do right now? Because, you know, when we did speak to Bilkis Bano's lawyers a few days ago, Shobha Gupta was very clear on one thing, that we are not going to rely on these petitions which are going to be heard by the Supreme Court. So whether or not they've been entertained or they've been thrown out is separate. The fact that they will be heard in 2 weeks' time is great, but will Bilkis Bano now herself, of her own volition, move for a judicial review? That's the big question. Because till now, the big question, Nabila, which our viewers must understand, is that Bilkis Bano's lawyers have now filed an RTI. The reason why they filed an RTI is because they do not have the copy of the remission which was granted to these 11 convicts. And they need that copy to do, you know, for any other further, you know, legal steps that they might need to take.
It's so shocking that they've resorted to RTI, Preeti, to get a copy of that remission. Is that so hard for them to obtain? She's the victim here.
No, the point is, Nabila, what really happened was that once the remission of sentence was allowed, the copy had to be given, which was sought for by Bilkis's lawyer, so Bilkis could plan her next legal recourse. Now, what was shocking is that the copy has not just not been given to the lawyers of Bilkis Bano, but also not been given to the lawyers of the convict. So that copy is essential.
Yes. Preeti, do stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to BJP's Khushbu Sundar, who's in fact spoken on the same. Khushbu, we see the Supreme Court taking notice on the plea challenging remission order. All right, Shobha Gupta, Bilkis's lawyer speaking. Let's cut across. Ms. Shobha, if you can hear me, the Supreme Court now issuing a notice on the plea challenging the remission order. At this point, we believe that the Supreme Court will take up the matter in 2 weeks' time. Are you positive?
No, see, these are the petitions filed by some PIL petitioners. These are PILs. And court has issued notice in their petitions. They have kept them after 2 weeks. I'm not sure 2 weeks or 1 week because I could really hear that clearly. But Bilkis would also be now going to court possibly because there are so many issues to be flagged. I believe they are only going, I do not know. There would be some objections the other side is saying. So let's see. So far so good that people have come. as a society, and court has issued notice.
You know, at this point, the court also observing that these are all third-party petitions. Like you said, Bilkis herself will also be will be approaching court on her own. Give us an understanding on what you're seeking from court, a little elaborately.
See, right now, Bilkis as a person herself is not there. But I am not going, for me, this matter is not of technicalities where somebody would be raising objections and court would be entertaining that this is a third party filing PIL. PIL is never a third party, first of all. PIL is somebody raising voice for the concerned one. Two is, I believe we all have locus. You have locus, I have locus. Each one of us who are living in this country have a locus to file this petition. So I personally refuse to take this objection or to go by this that this is some third party has filed. Nobody is third party in this. It's on the face of us. Like every single of us are facing this illegal order of remission.
You
asked me and I'm very clear. Like each one of us has the locus. Each one of us the first party to go for and challenge it.
But the court at this point, you know what, Ms. Shobha, do stay with us. Preeti Chaudhary has been tracking these developments. Preeti, Shobha Gupta joining me, Bilkis Banu's lawyer. You have some questions for her.
Shobha ji, you know, now the big question was, will Bilkis go ahead and file the judicial review? You are saying now Bilkis might take that legal step. You had asked through an RTI. You had asked Shobha ji through an RTI for papers of the remission which was granted to these 11 convicts. Have you heard anything back on that, or you're going to wait for those and then move immediately? Has Bilkis now decided to take the fight?
We have filed, like Bilkis herself has filed RTI. She has also approached the authorities via direct application or request letter to provide all the documents. We don't have that. In fact, I was there in the court today and I was trying my voice to reach out to the judges to make a request. But since it was a crowded court and secondly, this was not my petition possibly because of that, I just wish that even today's hearing could have been utilized for the purpose that documents are directed to be submitted on record, the entire file of remission and the supported documents which have been relied upon. But be that as it may be, we are waiting for the papers to come. And I believe a substantial petition in that case should be on card.
Shobha ji, so
subject to any other development, you know, if court is already looking into things, these are, you know, it's not a compulsive way that you must go. If your issue is being entertained, and as long as that is there, and all issues, if they are flagged in the petition. I've gone through the petitions. According to me, all the issues have yet to be flagged, and that may be a reason we might have to then think of filing. Had all the issues been flagged, I'm more than sure any petition is good enough. Any petition by anyone is good enough in this case.
Shobha ji, you are saying Bilkis might now actually take a legal step. She was looking at the center, you know, to revoke the remission. You have not heard from the center. So has she lost hope that nobody else is going to come? She will only have to go ahead and do this?
No, we have not ended hope. We have not ended hope. There was no objection from either of the government today also. It's only the convicts lawyer who was appearing and raising the preliminary objection. And there's no reason for me or for Bilkis or any of us who are associated with Bilkis or any of us in the country have a reason to leave hope and not to expecting the government still to come forward and say we are correcting it ourselves.
Shobha ji, I'll ask you one question. The remission copy, you know, which you are seeking and through an RTI you have applied for, will that copy, that order make clear?
Shobha ji, will that copy? We have nothing in hand. We have nothing in hand.
But when we get that paper in hand, when you have that paper in hand, Shobha ji, will it establish for clear if the center had given the nod for the remission or not? Will it establish?
No, it would all depend on, yes, certainly. The moment you have the document in hand and how much it has been reflected on it, would be able to tell all of us whether the concurrence was taking, which is a mandate of the statute, the criminal CRPC, the Criminal Procedure Code, mandate of the judgment of the Honorable Supreme Court, including the latest 5 judges and judgment in Sri Haran's case. So that is a mandate which is necessary to be done. Let us see the papers once the papers arrive to us. And we are trying to get them as fast as possible. So we would be in a good position. And in fact, Justice Rastogi also, he was making this observation. I believe the whole bench, all the three judges were in tandem on the fast track, that none of us know what prevailed over.
All right. Ms. Shobha Gupta, stay with us. Preeti, thank you. I'm going to come back to you. Quickly cutting across to Anisha, who's with the accused lawyer at this minute.
Well, yes, Nabil, we have been joined by Rishi Malhotra, who's a lawyer for the accused. So, what has happened in the case? You've asked for an impediment in the matter. What has the court said?
Yeah. You see, there were two things which transpired before the court today, before the matter was argued by Mr. Kapil Sibal, that we had appeared for and we were appearing for the convicted 11 accused, and this was very strange that they were asking a relief against us and they did not make us the party. So I had appeared before the court and I raised two preliminary objections before the Supreme Court. One was that there was no locus standi for a political party in a case like this, because criminal jurisprudence does not recognize a third stranger or third party stranger to interfere in a criminal jurisprudence matter. So that was point number one. Point number two was that they were seeking relief against us in a case which was based on remission, and they were not even made parties in this case. So we objected to this thing. About both the aspects, the Supreme Court agreed with this thing and directed the petitioners, first of all, to implead all these convicts as a contesting respondent in this case. And so far, and now we will be enabled to file our written objections about the maintainability of the said petition also.
So the court has also said that they will be looking into whether the remission was correct or not, whether the government followed the remission policy and the rules or not.
You see, the Supreme Court was very candid enough at the time of argument that what was such a big wrong when a remission has been granted, because court had only ordered that their cases should be considered for remission. And if the remission was granted, what was such a big deal, because every day in, day out, the people are released on remission. So court was prima facie not inclined, but still they had issued notice, so we will file our appropriate reply to in this case. And one thing more I want to add here also is this, that I have never seen such a petition in Supreme Court for the last 25 years, where the petition basically challenges the grant of remission order. That order is not placed in the file, and yet they are making speculative arguments that whether this remission was properly granted or not. This is very strange, and this is very...
Sir, the order is not, remission order is not being given. Even the, do you have the copy of the remission order? What does the remission order say?
I may not have the copy of the order. I am on the point that whether this petition as such was maintainable without any remission order in hands. How can they attack on a remission order without even seeing the order? How can they make grounds in the writ petition without seeing the remission order? So this was very, very speculative writ petition which was filed in Supreme Court, and that too by a third party, a political outfit. So in any case, court has implemented us as party respondent in this case, and we will file our appropriate reply in this case also.
So as you can see, this is the lawyer for the the accused, the convicts in the case, and he's speaking to the media on this right now. What he is saying is that remission should not have been challenged by a political outfit in this manner. That the Supreme Court has issued notice, and they will also be responding to this matter. But the question still remains, Nabila, that the remission order is not yet out. The convicts don't have it. The Bilkis Bano's lawyers don't have it. And the Supreme Court, the petition that has been filed in the Supreme Court, the petitioners also don't have it. So the issue before the Apex Court really is, was this remission order passed in a lawful manner? Was properly were all the issues considered? Were all the rules and regulations and laws considered when the Gujarat government decided to let these particular 11 convicts walk free? And that is something that the court will be looking into when it takes up the matter next. Back to you.
Of course, several petitions now been filed by women's rights activists and a few politicians as well in court as they feel for Bilkis Bano, and a huge outrage there we see over the 11 convicts who've been left out walking free as part of Gujarat government's remission policy. Let me cut across to Nalini, India Today's Nalini there, who tracks court for us. Nalini, as we see here, the Supreme Court taking up this matter, issuing a notice on the plea challenging the remission order. We also have Bilkis Bano's lawyer joining us, Shobha. Do take some questions with her as part of what the accused lawyer has said. He feels this is bizarre that there are petitions being filed in court even before the remission copy is at hand.
Well, yes, Nabila, and in fact, if Advocate Shobha Gupta is with us, the lawyers for the accused had specifically tried to challenge these petitions on the issue of maintainability even before an order had come in from the Supreme Court. So, Ms. Gupta, I'd like to ask you that the fact that these 11 convicts have now been made party to the case, how do you think this is going to impact the hearing that happens 2 weeks from now?
Still, on fairness, everybody should be there before the court. So when initially they were dealing with the remission petition for remission application to be considered, Bilkis should have been made party. So I'm not saying two wrongs can make one right. We are talking technicalities. There are so many things which ought to have been done. We don't see 32 writ petitions to be filed in Supreme Court challenging a judicial order. Very intelligently in this particular petition, that petition which was earlier filed by the convict, one of the convicts, there was nothing in the prayer which is asking for setting aside the judicial order, but the order sets aside that judicial order. There was already an order by Gujarat High Court which dismisses the parole petition of this very accused and convict by saying the reports from the jail authorities are not favorable to him. That he was not entitled for parole but for remission. That would be something surprising to me. Objections, whatever the convicts are entitled to take objections for maintainability and other things. You asked me and I am very clear. Nobody is a stranger in this case. None of us are a stranger in this case. Each one of us have the locus. It has affected us badly. It has brought a national shame to all of us, and each one of us are. If you ask me, I am not the one who is going for technicalities when it comes such a serious violation of human rights and such a mockery on face of the criminal justice system.
Right, ma'am. Just to bring some clarity. Yes, ma'am. Just to bring some clarity to the viewers, even though the 11 convicts have been made party to the case, has Bilkis Bano also been made party to these petitions now that are pending before the Supreme Court?
No, she has not been. I was just watching the proceedings because not only as a concerned citizen, as a regular concerned lawyer, and of course lawyer for Bilkis. So I was there to watch the proceedings, and it need be to answer something if the court feel it appropriate. So I, not only as a duty but also as a concern, was there. But Bilkis is not party yet in any of these proceedings.
So will you be making an impleadment application on behalf of Bilkis Bano?
Not at all. Not in the. If at all Bilkis has to come to court, she would be coming by a separate substantial petition. There are several issues which have to be flagged and which are missing in these petitions. They have come as a society. They have flagged the main issue, that is challenging the remission order. And one of the petition, I believe, is seeking guidelines also for future. There are several issues when it comes to Bilkis which have to be raised. So we may have to come, and either the government recall this order and you set aside this wrong order themselves. They undo it themselves. They call it. They correct the mistake. But otherwise, if we have to come, we would be coming by a substantial petition. It would be a separate petition, not by way of impleadment.
Right. Ma'am, one thing that is being constantly said.
I must add here, my friend Rishi, he raised preliminary objections about maintainability, which were, for the time being, were not taken, so to say, a petition to be thrown out. They said, no, we are issuing notice to file your reply.
Right. Ma'am, one thing that's constantly being said since these convicts have been released is that even though the decision to grant them remission is that of the appropriate government, but at the same time, this is a decision that is subject to judicial review. Now that the Supreme Court's come and issued notices on these petitions, do you think that the first step towards correcting this wrong has been taken by the top court, in your opinion?
Yes. To put the system in place, and to say, yes, we will look into it. Judges were very clear. Even the bench, the two judges who were there in that earlier bench, they passed that 13th May order in Radhisham's petition, one of the convicts. Even they said that we have merely asked for the applications to be considered as per law. That doesn't mean that we say grant remission. We had nothing in hand to see. We have yet not to have anything to be seen. We don't have any papers. So once remission orders are there, then everybody would be in a position to see what exactly was prevailed over the committee to even arrive to this conclusion. As I was saying earlier also, parole of this person, this particular convict, was dismissed by Gujarat High Court saying there is no favorable, the report is not favorable to him. They said, looking into the report sent by the jail authorities, we are not inclined to grant him parole. That was as recent in April 2022.
Right. Ma'am, another important question that is being raised over here is that now that the Supreme Court's issued notices on these petitions, what does the role of the central government become? Because according to the law that is prescribed and the procedure that is prescribed, because the case was investigated by the CBI, the Gujarat government had to take a consultation from the central government before granting the remission. But that does not seem to have been done. So what do you think the role of the central government in this entire decision-making process is going to be, at least according to the procedure?
So one, gladly, central government is party in both the petitions, right? So they would be coming forward and putting up their response. Two, we do not know whether the concurrence of the central government has been taken or not, because we do not have the benefit of having the copy of the remission order. So we can't assume either way right now. But yes, central government, when it comes, things would be much clearer. Or the state government comes and put up what they should do in all fairness, put up the entire remission file. The petition filed by the accused, the application filed by the accused, each one of them, the documents or the material which has been relied upon by the committee, composition of the committee, whether this was a regular committee for remission or it was an extraordinary committee which was formed for this case alone. There are so many queries. Each you have to have the material to deal with them. I understand when the judges are saying, let us have the papers.
Right.
But I just hope that the government do not delay in filing the papers. They must be upright in coming, in a day, in one day time, that we have been issued notice, matter is serious, there is approval, I consider this is a matter of national shame that these persons are out. And if the government is of the same view, they must file their all the documents ASAP, so that next date is not going further, we are not getting any adjournment for the purpose of documents to be produced. Right. Let Bilkis have all the papers. Through you, I would be pleading the authorities concerned. The state government, we have already to the Home Department, we have made a request, we have submitted the application, we have submitted the RTI. And through your channel, I'm making a request to the state government, please give us the entire set of the remission file and along with all the documents. So that we can deal with it.
The documents also include the 1992 policy through which all of these 11 convicts have been granted remission. And although that was the policy that was made applicable, do you think the recent guidelines that have been issued by the centre and also the new policy of the Gujarat government that specifically prohibits any convicts regarding gang rapes or murders to be allowed on remission, do you think that's going to have any impact on the decision that the Supreme Court might take?
Yes, certainly. This is what our challenge would also be. Today we are getting agitated because of the nature of the crime. Such an egregious nature of crime it was. Even if your 92 policy permits you an application to be submitted and to be entertained, that does not mean that you would be completely unmindful of all the factors surrounding the case which are mandatory to be looked into. You can't be completely oblivious of the growth of law, the repeated judgments and the guidelines coming forth saying, please look into all these aspects. Does the 92 policy say that whatever now comes henceforth by any of the judgment, by any of the government circular, what is the national consensus of the government when it comes to whether such kind of accused convict of this nature of crime to be granted remission or not? We will ignore everything because we have a 2 pages long policy which says they are allowed to make an application. Now we are bound to give them remission. Then we would be completely unmindful, oblivious of whatever is the growth of law and whatever is the mandate of the law.
Right. Ma'am, how do
is, just let me add this also, should this not be really the concern of the government to ensure that the criminals of this nature who can cause this kind of crime, horrendous crime, which is unthinkable. I am dealing with this matter for last 20 years. Each time when I narrate the facts, it brings
Ma'am, if I could just ask you to hold on for 1 minute. I think we have a bite coming in from one of the petitioners who's filed this petition before the Supreme Court. Let's hear what they have to say about
Two judges who had actually given that earlier order were also present. They were part of the bench, and after some discussion, then they did agree to give notice, and we agreed also that, of course, the accused will be impleaded. Okay. So that's where it stands, and we are very hopeful that we'll get an early date and that we'll get justice in this matter.
Ma'am, the convicts have been claiming that you're a third party, that you have no locus to move this petition. What prompted you to move this petition? Because Bilkis Bano is still waiting to get the remission order copy.
You see, the point was that it had to be done, I think, at the earliest, and that was the main reason. And yes, what you're saying is correct, and I can understand that issue, but I think that this is such a big case with such ramifications that I think that is why the Supreme Court admitted it in the first place and has now agreed to hear it and has agreed to give notice. So of course we are in touch with the lawyer who was Bilkis's lawyer, and we will get in touch with her, and we will definitely, I think we will definitely see that her feelings are respected in every way. But she has said that, has my quest for justice ended? And we want to say that there's still hope. That quest has not ended, and we will all fight together, everybody, to see that quest goes forward.
What are you hoping for now that the court has issued notice? What are you hoping that would happen next?
Now we are hoping that the initial hurdles have been cleared, and now the case will be heard on whether the Gujarat government followed the correct procedures. Because you know, the judge who gave the judgment, Justice Salvi, he himself is on record saying that he was not consulted. So consultations were supposed to have been made. The central government was also supposed to have been consulted. It seems that probably that was not done either. So all these issues will go into, and we are hopeful that justice will prevail.
Ma'am, what are you expecting now from the central government? Because centre has also been issued notice. The remission rules say that since this matter was investigated by the CBI, the centre should have been consulted. Yes. Do you see a violation of the rules here?
That is what we are saying, that the rules were not followed. Neither the central government was consulted, nor the judge who had issued the judgment was consulted. So that is what the point of the petition was, an important point in the petition. Now we will also have to try and get more details of how they actually came to this conclusion and so on and so forth. But as I said, that today the Supreme Court has certainly held out hope that justice will be there at the end of the road.
And any expectation from the centre now? What kind of stand should do you hope as a political leader and as a woman? What do you hope now for this?
This goes beyond politics and beyond being a woman. This is a question of human rights, of humanity, and what kind of thinking is behind remission of this kind. Certainly the central government should have intervened by now. After the Prime Minister's speech from the Red Fort saying women must be respected, their rights must be respected, when such a brazen violation of the dignity of women, and this is all women, it's not just Bilkis, and it's all humanity actually, when that takes place, we certainly would expect that they would intervene, but then now it's up to them what they want to do.
Thank you very much, ma'am. This was Ms. Subhashini Ali. This was Ms. Subhashini Ali, CPIM leader and the petitioner who's moved.
All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to some big breaking coming in from Hyderabad. The hate-monger MLA T. Raja of the BJP cries foul. He speaks to India Today, the only channel who has spoken to T. Raja, MLA who is now suspended by the BJP. T. Raja says that this is a conspiracy by the Telangana cops. T. Raja says cops were planning to arrest me again. He says it has become a matter of ego for the Chief Minister, KCR. This is T. Raja speaking exclusively to India Today. Let's quickly cut across what he says. T. Raja, who is a suspended BJP MLA, speaks to India Today and cries foul, calls this an absolute conspiracy by the Telangana cops. In fact, T. Raja was initially arrested by the police in Telangana and then was granted bail after court observed that adequate provisions under law were not followed while he was arrested. He's now out on bail. Protests all across the streets against T. Raja's release. Let me quickly cut across to what he said.
बस एक स्टेटमेंट चाहिए तो सर आपसे अगर हो सकता है तो
अगर स्टेटमेंट मुझे जब देना है ना 100% मैं आपको सूचित करूंगा मैडम।
जी ठीक है सर। नहीं अभी आप आज भी एक स्टेटमेंट दिया है ना कि शायद दोबारा अरेस्ट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं ये सब करके।
हाँ वो इसलिए मैं आपको तुरंत मैसेज और प्रेस नोटिस में देखिए, आप ऑब्जर्व कीजिए नोटिस में है।
जी
यानी कल वो नोटिस तैयार की गई और मुझे आज दिया गया।
जी
यानी हम इनको 24 आवर्स मौका दिए, इन्होंने जवाब नहीं दिया, इसलिए आज इनको अरेस्ट करा। ऐसा भी एक पिक्चर ये लोग स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं आज।
जी तो ये आपको लग रहा है कि आज ये लोग फिर से कुछ कोशिश करेंगे?
देखिए कल मुख्यमंत्री कार्यालय में एक मीटिंग हुई पर्टिकुलर लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को लेकर। तो मुख्यमंत्री जी, डीजीपी और ऑल कमिश्नर, बस अभी क्या उनको भी एक ईगो आ गया कि भाई वो हमारे को लॉस हो जाएंगे। आप क्या पॉलिटिकल एंगल से वो लोग कैसा भी कुछ ना कुछ करना बोलते वो लोग विचार कर रहे।
जी सर
तो लीगली अपन स्ट्रांग है क्योंकि रूल ऐसा नहीं है। आप नोटिस देने के बाद में 7 दिन का समय होता है। मैं अगर आपको जवाब नहीं देता हूं तो आप एक्शन ले सकते हैं, लेकिन ठीक है क्या होगा देखेंगे अपूर्णा जी, हम आपको तुरंत अपडेट करेंगे।
जी ठीक है सर। सर बस अगर आप किसी चैनल के लिए बैठ रहे हैं प्लीज सर, हम आपका जो
बिल्कुल मैडम
पूरा आपको भी पता है, हम जैसे आपके पीछे ही पड़े हैं कि आपका लाइन चाहिए।
बिल्कुल मैडम।
अगर एक भी लाइन हम अभी सेंटेंस कुछ ले सकते हैं सर? क्या आप वीडियो कुछ बना के?
नहीं, इसलिए मैंने आपको नहीं राइटिंग मैंने आपको भेज दिया है, इसको आप आज यूज कर सकते हैं। अगर ऐसा मुझे यानी कुछ भी अगर मेरा एडवोकेट कहता है कि आप वीडियो रिलीज कर सकते तो मैं तुरंत कर दूंगा आपको।
जी ठीक है सर, बिकॉज हम अभी आपके घर के पास ही थे, हम लोग आपके घर के बाहर ही हम लोग कुछ लाइव कर रहे थे, तो इसलिए पूछ रहा था अगर 2 मिनट भी हो सकता है आपके पास तो।
जी हमारा एडवोकेट जी अगर बताएंगे तो मैं तुरंत आपको सूचित करूंगा।
जी ठीक है सर।
All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to Apurva, who's spoken with T. Raja. Let me understand what T. Raja really tries to say when he cries foul. Apurva, what is T. Raja attempting to say? He says that the KCR government is trying to, play conspiracy here, blaming it entirely on the Telangana police as well as the government for arresting him, planning to arrest him against the law, he says. Tell us more.
Well, the audio of the conversation that you just saw right now, it clearly shows what Raja Singh is trying to convey. In fact, he also says the notice that has been issued to him, it was issued 24 hours earlier. That is, and he says that this notice that has been given, he says that 2 other, separate cases have been.
जिस सब्र का आप लोगों ने मिसाल दी है, मैं एक बात कहूंगा कि पुलिस को उन सभी लोगों को अवगत है। जब भी हम कोई भी एक न्यूज दिखाना चाहे वो
नो चेयर्स, मैं आपको चेयर्स लगाते हैं। आप दोनों लोग मैं आता हूँ आपके तमाम सवालों के जवाब के लिए।
All right, that's the police of Telangana there who's coming out to hold a press conference. Remember, it's quite a tense situation in streets of Hyderabad after huge crowds gathered protesting against T. Raja's statement against Prophet Muhammad. You heard chants of Sartan Se Juda echoing on the streets of Hyderabad. Most of those, in fact, quite many of those protesters were taken into custody. Many of them were reprimanded by the police, in fact, even beaten in custody. And also, unfortunately, many of them released with a warning. So the police now giving a press conference. Of course, a lot of questions raised on whether the police is being easy on these Islamist rants that's echoing on the streets of Hyderabad. Apurva there, who's spoken to T. Raja in an exclusive India Today conversation. Apurva, tell us, what is T. Raja really saying? He's out on bail, and that's what's infuriating, people in Hyderabad, those from the Muslim community. And then we see a bunch of radicals raising chants like Sartan Se Juda. So it's quite a heady mix for communal clashes in the city.
Well, definitely, we are seeing that, ever since the bail of Raja Singh, the suspended BJP leader, was, issued 2 days back, massive protests erupted here in Hyderabad, in parts of Old City and several other places as well. These protests, all of them that turned volatile in nature. Remember, the sloganeering that was said included some, including Sartan Se Juda, as well as, Raja Singh ko Faasi do, arrest Raja Singh, we want justice. So these are the kind of slogans that we did see many of the protesters there carrying on day after day. That is almost over 48 hours. And even until early this morning as well, these were the cries that echoed in the streets of, Old City in Hyderabad. And now with the notice that has been issued again to Raja Singh, the suspended BJP MLA, he says that the notice that has been issued was issued 24 hours earlier, and says that, two more cases have been registered, and that the police is trying to make it look like they had issued a notice 24 hours earlier, and that, as per the 41 CRPC rule that had been argued by his lawyers just 2 days back. In fact, this 41 CRPC was the very, argument that got Raja Singh his bail just 2 days back. In fact, his lawyers argued that due process was not followed. He wasn't given a proper notice prior to his arrest, and that was the reason why he had been let out on bail. Raja Singh there clearly confident that his legal team is strong enough. He also goes on to state that, yes, they have given me a notice, and as per any legal notice, I am required to give a response within the first 7 days, and I will give the response. But आगे जाके देख लेंगे क्या होता है. That is what he does go on to say. That was the strong statements that has come in from the suspended BJP.
That's your conversation with T. Raja. We'd like to hear it yet again for our viewers. An exclusive conversation. T. Raja speaks to India Today, tells how he was targeted by the Telangana cops, and says that in fact, he was cheated by them. There wasn't due process of law that was followed before his arrest, which is why the court granted him bail. This is what he says as he went out to India Today.
बस एक स्टेटमेंट चाहिए था सर आपसे, अगर हो सकता है तो.
अगर स्टेटमेंट मुझे जब देना है ना, 100% मैं आपको सूचित करूंगा मैडम.
जी ठीक है सर. नहीं, अभी आप आज भी एक स्टेटमेंट दिया है ना कि शायद दोबारा अरेस्ट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं ये सब करके.
हाँ, वो इसलिए मैं आपको तुरंत मैसेज और प्रेस नोटिस में देखिए, आप ऑब्जर्व कीजिए नोटिस में है. जी. यानी कल वो नोटिस तैयार की गई और मुझे आज दिया गया. जी. यानी हम इनको 24 आवर्स मौका दिए, इन्होंने जवाब नहीं दिया, इसलिए आज इनको अरेस्ट करा. ऐसा भी एक पिक्चर ये लोग स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं आज. जी.
तो ये आपको लग रहा है कि आज ये लोग फिर से कुछ कोशिश करेंगे?
देखिए, कल मुख्यमंत्री कार्यालय में एक मीटिंग हुई पर्टिकुलर लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को ले लेकर. तो मुख्यमंत्री जी, डीजीपी और ऑल कमिश्नर, बस अभी क्या उनको भी एक ईगो आ गया कि भाई
जी
वो हमारे को लॉस हो जाएंगे. आप क्या पॉलिटिकल एंगल से वो लोग कैसा भी कुछ ना कुछ करना बोलते वो लोग विचार करो.
जी सर.
तो लीगली अपन स्ट्रांग है, क्योंकि रूल ऐसा नहीं है. आप नोटिस देने के बाद में 7 दिन का समय होता है. मैं अगर आपको जवाब नहीं देता हूं तो आप एक्शन ले सकते हैं, लेकिन ठीक है, क्या होगा देखेंगे अपूर्णा जी, हम आपको तुरंत अपडेट करेंगे.
जी ठीक है सर. सर बस अगर आप किसी चैनल के लिए बैठ रहे हैं, प्लीज सर.
चाहिए ये वक्त थोड़ा सा समझने का है, और इसमें मीडिया की हमको खासतौर से ताउन चाहिए. ताउन ये चाहिए कि जब पुलिस और हमारी सरकार इतना कोशिश करके जो अमन सुकून इतने समय से हासिल हुआ है जिसकी वजह से हैदराबाद की तरक्की, यहाँ का अमन सुकून जो है वो पूरे मुल्क में ही नहीं दुनिया में फेमस है, दुनिया में जाना जाता है उसके लिए। तो उसके हम सबकी जिम्मेदारी, कलेक्टिव जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि उसको कायम रखने में हमारी मदद करें। तो मैं इस मौके पर आपके ज़रिए पब्लिक से भी, हैदराबाद के शहरियों से भी, और मैं उनका शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ जिस सब से उन्होंने काम लिया है। और मीडिया के अपने फ्रेंड से मैं खास तौर से अपील करना चाहता हूँ कि आप जो भी कुछ कवर करते हैं, जो भी कुछ दिखाते हैं, उसका मकसद उस अमन और सुकून को कायम रखना होना चाहिए, ना कि उसमें किसी किस्म का रोड़ा पैदा करना। क्योंकि अगर सब लोग मिलकर काम नहीं करेंगे, सब लोग साथ मिलकर काम नहीं करेंगे, तो नुकसान हैदराबाद शहर का, यहाँ के शहरियों का, हमारे यूथ का होगा। तो ये बात बताने के लिए मैंने आप सब लोगों को यहाँ पर बुलाया। और अगर कोई मिसकम्युनिकेशन हुआ है तो मैं उसके लिए माफ़ी चाहता हूँ। ये कोई प्रेस मीट नहीं थी, मैं सिर्फ आपको बातचीत करने के लिए बुलाया गया था। अब मेरी आप सब लोगों से अपील है, अगर आप लोग कैमरा बंद करके बैठ जाएँ तो मैं एक कप चाय के साथ में आपसे गुफ्तगू करना चाहता हूँ। मुझे जो मेरी बात है जो आप लोगों से करनी है वो कह लेने दीजिए, ठीक है ना। और मैंने बताया ना कि बाद में हो सकता है कि हमारे सीनियर ऑफिसर्स बात करें, तो वो प्रेस मीट होगी, ये प्रेस मीट नहीं है। जैसा मैंने पहले बोल दिया आपसे कि मैं माफ़ी चाहता हूँ कोई ऐसा मिसकम्युनिकेशन हुआ है, लेकिन इसका मकसद है आप लोगों से बातचीत करना, आपकी तवज्जो कुछ मुद्दों की तरफ, कुछ असल मुद्दे हैं, कुछ जो अहम मसले हैं उनकी तरफ खींचना और उसमें आपकी ताउन हासिल करना। तो मैं फिर से एक बार आपसे दरख्वास्त करता हूँ, यहाँ पे लेडीज़ भी हैं, उनको भी सीट नहीं है, आप सब लोग बैठ जाइए, तसल्ली से 2 मिनट बात करेंगे, उसके बाद अगर कुछ है तो जी। Ma'am, absolutely. See, ma'am, as I told you already, it was meant to be something else. So now you're here, sir. So at least you can see just brief it. No, I can't give you the details as of now. Okay? We are taking all precautions. We are taking all measures to maintain the peace and tranquility of the city, and it is being maintained. And lot of efforts are going from the government, from the police. हमारे CP साहब भी कल यहाँ पे आपको पता ही है, पूरे रात भर तमाम फिरके गए हैं. So once again let me clarify, the purpose was something else. So please आप मेरे 2 मिनट बात सुन लीजिए. उसके बाद अगर कुछ शक्को शुबा बचता है तो मैं आपसे बात करूँगा. ठीक है, आप प्लीज बैठे. अभी शहर पीसफुल है सरकार, मतलब कल रात बिल्कुल पीसफुल है. आप बिल्कुल पीसफुल है. अब आप लोग, वही मैं कह रहा हूँ, आप प्लीज, मैं तीसरी बार या चौथी बार आपसे अपील कर रहा हूँ, आप लोग बैठ जाइए, मेरी बात सुन लीजिए पहले. जो बात में जो मकसद है इसका, उसको पहले हम कर लेते हैं. ठीक है, ये प्लीज कैमरा बंद करके सभी लोग बैठे, सभी लोग बैठे. सर कुछ पॉलिटिकल प्रेशर है नहीं, ये इस तरह के सवालों का, ये मैं आपसे 3 बार कह चुका हूँ अभी तक, ये कोई प्रेस मीट नहीं है और कोई पॉलिटिकल प्रेशर नहीं है. इस तरह के सवाल प्लीज आप ना पूछें. ये इस मीटिंग का मकसद नहीं था. ये जो बैठक है, जो गुफ्तगू है, इसका मकसद कुछ और है. आप अगर 2-5 मिनट मुझे देंगे तो मैं वो मकसद आपको बताऊंगा. यस, प्लीज शट डाउन द कैमरास एंड प्लीज सिट डाउन. I should be able to see all of you. I am not able to see because of light. Yes.
That's the police additional commissioner in Hyderabad, Mr. Chauhan, who says that this is everyone's individual responsibility to maintain peace and harmony in the city of Hyderabad. In fact, they've reprimanded hundreds of protesters late last night. They were taken into custody for chanting slogans. They were beaten in custody, rightly so, for raising chants, beheading calls, after BJP's now suspended MLA T. Raja spoke against Prophet Muhammad. T. Raja himself was arrested and then is now out on bail. That's infuriated protesters, locals within the community, Muslim community, who are angry that he's out on bail and demanding that he be arrested. If not, they're raising chants of Sartan Se Juda. That's beheading calls being given. We're seeing the police now coming out to address a press conference, requesting the media and all stakeholders within the society to maintain law and order in the city. All right, big news coming in. Sources in the governor's house says that ECI has been recommended for disqualification of Hemant Soren in its opinion. This is A massive jolt for the Jharkhand Chief Minister, as sources in the Governor's House says ECI has been recommended for disqualification of Hemant Soren in its opinion. In fact, Satyajit, giving us some clarity on this. Satyajit, do tell us what the Governor's House tells us. Sources in the Governor's House says that ECI has been recommended for disqualification of Hemant Soren. Tell us, what are the charges or allegations against him and his people?
Let me make it apt clear that this has not come from the Governor House, but highly placed sources have disclosed that ECI, in its opinion, has recommended for the disqualification. So news coming in is not favorable so far as JMM is concerned. And in the meanwhile, JMM has summoned all its MLAs. They have been asked to reach Ranchi by the evening. They are working on how to tackle the crisis situation. Earlier also, they had met on 20th of August. All legislature were called upon at CM House, and they say we had spoke to JMM General Secretary Binod Pandey. He had said that this government is enjoying the majority. They have the support of 52 MLAs. They are waiting for the exact decision from the ECI. Governor is not around. He is expected to reach here in Ranchi by 2 p.m. After that only anything official could come out. But sources, highly placed sources have disclosed that this is what has come in, and the news coming is not good for JMM. But this is for sure. JMM General Secretary had said that they have the support of 52 MLAs. 30 are from JMM, 18 from Congress, 1 from RJD. After that, they have the support of CPI, lower MLA of CPIML, Binod Singh. Then NCP had announced the support to NCP is backing up this government, and Saryu Rai. So the tally is 52, and they are not worried if they are ready to tackle all the situations. This is what JMM General Secretary Binod Pandey had said in an exclusive TT to Aaj Tak just 2 days back. Now, sources says they have disclosed that the news coming in is not favorable for JMM. Hopefully, all the MLAs have been called.
So at this point, this has come as a huge setback, Satyajit, that the Election Commission has now decided to cancel Hemant Soren's assembly membership, which means his position as a chief minister itself is under threat. You know, tell us a little more on these allegations in Office of Profit case, which Hemant Soren and a bunch of his aides are involved in allegedly. These are allegations against them. Give us an understanding on what exactly is the deed here committed.
Look, in month of February, a delegation led by Raghuvar Das, former chief minister, had met the governor, and they had complained that holding the post of CM, holding the post of mines minister, and holding the post of environment ministry, CM Hemant Soren allotted a stone quarry mines for himself, which is the violation of Office of Profit Provision and 9A of 1951 People Representative Act as well. And they had demanded the disqualification in the month of February when they had met the governor Ramesh Bais. After that, Ramesh Bais forwarded the matter to ECI for its opinion. ECI noticed the chief secretary and demanded all the documents related to it. Then, after hearing all the sides, the state government, the side of Hemant Soren and the side of BJP, the hearing was completed on August 18th, and the decision was reserved by the ECI. Now it has come to our knowledge that ECI, in its recommendation, in its opinion, has recommended for disqualification of Right.
You know, I'm going to quickly cut across to Palami Saha. Satyajit, stay with us. Nishkan Dubey, BJP MP, speaking on the same. Listen in.
The Election Commission of India has sent its report to the Governor of Jharkhand in the Office of Profit case against Chief Minister of Jharkhand, Hemant Soren. Joining me right now is a senior BJP leader and member of Parliament from the state, Mr. Nishikant Dubey. So the ECI report suggests has recommended the disqualification of the Chief Minister, alleging that he indulged in corruption, misused his office in the grant of mining licenses in Jharkhand. How do you react to that?
ग्रांट ऑफ माइनिंग लाइसेंसेस फॉर हिमसेल्फ, अपने लिए उन्होंने माइंस लिया। इसके आधार पर ईसीआई ने जो है वो रिकमेंड किया होगा, क्योंकि बीजेपी का वो केस है, इसलिए केस क्या था वो मुझे जानकारी है, इसलिए मैं आपको एक्सप्लेन कर रहा हूँ। उसके आधार पर होगा। इससे बड़ा करप्शन क्या हो सकता है कि एक मुख्यमंत्री जो खुद का माइनिंग मिनिस्टर है, खुद माइनिंग मिनिस्टर अपने लिए माइंस ले ले, अपने परिवार को माइंस दे दे। इसके आधार पर गया, और ये पूरे पॉलिटिकल सिस्टम में एक सोचने वाली बात है, भारत की डेमोक्रेसी के लिए एक सोचने की वाली बात है कि यदि मुख्यमंत्री इस तरह का करप्ट मुख्यमंत्री किसी राज्य में आ जाए तो संविधान में ऐसा नहीं लिखा हुआ है कि क्या करना है, इसके लिए भी एक कानून में संशोधन करना चाहिए संविधान में। लेकिन जो कुछ भी किया है इलेक्शन कमीशन ने, मुझे लगता है कि वो सारे पॉलिटिशियन के लिए एक नज़ीर है कि भविष्य में यदि आप करप्ट प्रैक्टिस करते हुए नजर आएंगे तो आपकी सजगता जाएगी।
But the Jharkhand Chief Minister, of course, is claiming that these are attempts being made by the BJP to destabilize his government. There is no truth in these allegations.
अब सारी संवैधानिक संस्थाओं के ऊपर यदि उनको भरोसा नहीं है, इलेक्शन कमीशन ने निर्णय लिया ना, ठीक है, हमने आरोप लगाया, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने आरोप लगाया, लेकिन यदि इलेक्शन कमीशन ने इसको माना, सत्य माना, उनके भी वकील गए थे इलेक्शन कमीशन में, हमारे भी वकील गए थे, पिछले 3 महीने से केस चल रहा है। ऐसा भी नहीं हुआ कि इलेक्शन कमीशन ने हमने दिया और 1 सेकंड में उन्होंने फैसला कर लिया। 3 महीने तक पूरी बहस चली। उनके तरफ से भी सीनियर लॉयर गए, कपिल सिब्बल जैसे लोग गए, मीनाक्षी अरोड़ा जैसे लोग गए। हमने तो मतलब मैंने कहा था कि हमने भी सीनियर वकील रखा था, लेकिन कपिल सिब्बल से जूनियर ही थे, वो मनिंदर सिंह जी को रखा था, तो हमने तो छोटे वकील को रखा था। तो यदि ये फैसला आया है तो इलेक्शन कमीशन ने कोई सत्यता तो पाई होगी ना, और यदि सत्यता पाई है तो, और उसके बाद उनको इलेक्शन कमीशन पर यदि भरोसा नहीं है तो उनका भगवान मालिक।
पर उनका यही कहना है ना सर कि दिस इज अ टारगेटेड अटैक, स्पेशली आफ्टर द रेड्स yesterday conducted by the enforcement directorate in Jharkhand as well. Prem Prakash, of course, was arrested, considered to be allegedly close to the chief minister as well. This is all targeted.
AK-47 भी हमने रख दिया। पूजा सिंगल के यहाँ 20 करोड़ रुपया जो उनके सीए के यहाँ पकड़ाया वो भी हमने रख दिया। ये जो जहाज का नीलामी हुआ, आपको पता है कि 2 साल जहाज की नीलामी झारखंड करती है, 2 साल बिहार करती है। जब झारखंड की नीलामी हुई तो वो 1 करोड़ में गया, और उसका 8 करोड़ रुपया जो डिपॉजिट मनी देना था वो कैश में हुआ। अभी बिहार ने उसकी नीलामी की है, वो 50 करोड़ में नीलामी की है। तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि 1 करोड़ झारखंड को राजस्व मिलेगा 1 करोड़, और बिहार को उसी का राजस्व मिलेगा 50 करोड़। तो ये भी हमने कर दिया होगा। करप्शन जो है आप करिए, बालू आप ही बेचिए। दारू की पॉलिसी 2 बार चेंज हो गई। यहाँ केजरीवाल ने तो पॉलिसी चेंज की ना, वैसे ही झारखंड में जो है 2 बार पॉलिसी चेंज हो चुकी है। तो दारू बेचिए आप, गिट्टी बेचिए आप, ट्रांसफ़र पोस्टिंग करिए आप, लोग आपके पकड़े जाएँ। AK-47 आपके यहाँ पकड़ा है, कैश आपके यहाँ पकड़ा है, फिर भी वो टारगेट जो है टारगेटेड है, हम उसको डिस्टेबलाइज करना चाहते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है उनके बुद्धि पर जो है तरस खाना चाहिए हम लोगों को, उनको किसी अच्छे डॉक्टर को दिखाना चाहिए।
ये भी बात आ रही है कि अगर हेमंत सोरेन को स्टेप डाउन करना पड़े तो वो शायद अपने परिवार से किसी को सामने करे, शायद कल्पना सोरेन को बना दे सीएम, या फिर परिवार से किसी और को भी बना दे सीएम।
परिवार एक प्रेम प्रकाश कल निकला है ना, जिसके यहाँ AK-47 है। मुख्यमंत्री आवास में जो सुरक्षा अधिकारी हैं वो AK-47 रखते हैं मालखाना में प्रेम प्रकाश के यहाँ। ये भी एक बड़ी बात है। हो सकता है कल प्रेम प्रकाश चीफ मिनिस्टर का शपथ ले ले, मुझे कोई आश्चर्य नहीं होगा। झारखंड में कुछ भी हो सकता है।
पर बीजेपी का क्या रुख रहेगा?
बीजेपी चुनाव में जाना चाहती है। हम रोज चुनाव में, हमारे कार्यकर्ता जो है एक्टिव रहते हैं। हम 365 दिन चुनाव चाहते हैं और हम चुनाव में जाना चाहते हैं।
Thank you so much for speaking with us. That is, of course, the BJP's position that they would like for fresh elections to take place in Jharkhand, especially after the news seems to be tightening around the CM's chair, specifically Hemant Soren. With camera person Kirpal Polimi Saha in Delhi for India Today.
All right, that was the BJP MP who says that this, of course, was raised by the BJP. The BJP, in fact, filed a petition in this case, has sought Hemant Soren's disqualification for violating Section 9A of the Representation of People's Act 1951, which deals with disqualification for government contracts. And based on that, the Election Commission has now sent its opinion to the Jharkhand governor, Ramesh, on a plea seeking that Hemant Soren must be disqualified because he has violated electoral law by extending a mining license to himself. A grave allegation, if proven to be true. Hemant Soren could be disqualified as an MLA, which means he will no longer remain as the Chief Minister of Jharkhand. Aishwarya Paliwal joining us live from Delhi. Aishwarya, is it true? Allegations that Hemant Soren, who's the Chief Minister, also a mining minister, has extended a mining lease to himself, which is against a grave violation of electoral law. Election Commission taking note and recommending a disqualification to the governor.
Well, this is what we are understanding at the moment. The Election Commission, in fact, had given a number of options to Hemant Soren and his brother, and they were being called to the Election Commission. There were hearings which were being held. The advocate of both Hemant Soren and his brother Basant Soren used to come to the Election Commission, and hearings used to take place over the past 2 months. And once the hearings got over, now we are understanding that the Election Commission have sent the report to the governor. And in the report, they have said that, in their opinion, disqualification of Hemant Soren is the next step. So we will have to see what happens next, because we are understanding the governor will reach by 2 p.m. And once the governor opens what the ECI has said, then only the next steps will be taken. But there is a clear violation of office of profit, which in short, I'll tell you, Nabila, it means that once you are in office or once you hold a position, you cannot give some kind of license to yourself or to your family members. That is the allegation which has been proved right according to the ECI, and the next step will be taken now. Disqualification of Hemant Soren is what the ECI has recommended to the governor of Jharkhand.
All right, India Today on top of the story. We're going to continue tracking those details. Aishwarya, thank you very much for joining us. Now, coming up on the other side, endgame for Noida's illegal skyscraper, ATS Twin Tower demolition just round the corner. We're going to take you through details of that. Stay with us.
I'm the early bird who gets the news. The fresh morning air is my energizer. With me around, there are no dwindled dawns. Only bright, action-packed mornings. Rise and shine with me every single day, and you'll never hit that snooze button.
Good morning, India. Why wake up any other way when you can witness magic every single day? Watch First Up with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today TV. With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're First Up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission, to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts, She takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
All right, nearly 100-meter tall Supertech Towers is all set to be demolished on the 28th of August. Two towers that have violated building norms in Noida Sector 93A will be brought down in barely 9 seconds. Preparations currently on in full swing as 3,700 kgs of explosives have been rigged on that building for this historic project. Supertech is paying around 4.5 to 5 crores for this demolition drive. India Today exclusively spoke to those South African experts who have been part of this demolition squad. They assure all those residents, locals there in an exclusive interview to India Today, there is nothing to worry. It's going to be a safe affair.
You have since carried out such explosions. How is the experience in Southern Africa is different from this structure as we see, the very narrow passage between the resident area and this illegal structure? Joe.
Yes, well, I mean, it's a challenge to have buildings of this size. Over 100 meters, there's been few buildings imploded. We've done one larger in Johannesburg with less space. And
larger than this?
Yes, larger than this and less space. So we are fully confident that we will get this thing down safely. We've spent a lot of time designing the blast and planning it, preparing the building. So we are fully confident that given the space we have, which is more than what we've had previously.
We're seeing people are quite apprehensive, those who have residential areas.
I can understand that fully, of course. If anyone is living quite close to it, they must be concerned.
So what was the last your experience as terrible as this tall building and particularly the space between the residential complex and the structure that you demolished?
Our previous experience? Yes. Well, again, the previous one we did, the highest one was 108 meters high, but the space was severely restricted.
That was much lesser than
here we have twice as much space. Okay, so we are quite confident that we will get it down on the ground without causing any damage to the buildings and the pipeline.
Well, Kevin, when you carry out such exercise, particularly use of explosion, this would be second such experience for Indians and particularly first time in NCR. So we understand why people are a bit apprehensive. But when gravity works, when there is a free fall, literally a waterfall of this structure coming down, there will be some velocity of the debris and of course the mass. Will it spread around? What will be the aftermath of the explosion and when the debris, there will be a free fall?
See, we've put protection on the columns and the perimeter of the building, so the explosives itself will not throw any debris outside. There will be some debris on the ground. Of course, the building has to come down, but for the part of the explosives, nothing will fly everywhere. It will all be contained within the footprint of the structure.
तो ये हिंदुस्तान में पहली बार हो रहा है ऐसा इम्प्लोजन, तो डर किसी आज मैं रहता हूँगा तो मेरे दिल में भी डर रहेगा. उनका डर जायज़ है, लेकिन हम उनको आश्वस्त करना चाहते हैं कि एवरीथिंग इज फाइन एक्सेप्ट सम विंडोज ग्लासेस विल बी ब्रेक एंड दैट वी विल रेक्टिफाई ऑन आवर ओन. केवल फाइनल चेकिंग इज गोइंग ऑन. एक एक मंजिला सीढ़ी से चढ़ के लिफ्ट भी डिसमेंटल हो चुकी है. सीढ़ी से चढ़ के 32 मंजिले तक जाना है. इंडिविजुअली एक एक होल चेक करना है और नीचे आना है.
Now, Noida's Supertech Twin Towers are all set to be demolished on the 28th. Modern engineering, advanced technology and rule of science will be used to demolish this illegal high-rise construction. Here's a detailed report.
India will be witnessing its biggest ever demolition. The Twin Towers in Noida are all set to be turned into nothing but debris by the authorities. But what led to the fall of these massive buildings? Let's take you through each brick that led to the fascinating demolition of the Apex and Sian towers. The story began almost 2 decades ago when the New Okhla Industrial Development Authority, that's Noida, allotted a plot of land to Supertech. This was in Noida's Sector 93A for the purpose of construction of a housing society named Emerald Court. Then the very next year, the building plan was sanctioned, allowing builders to construct a total of 14 towers with 10 floors each within the height of 37 meters. Then, in December 2006, modifications were made and the new plan had 2 additional floors in each tower. And now, instead of 14, the plan had 16 towers as well as a shopping complex as per the Noida building bylaws of 1996. In 2009, 14 towers of the 16 were constructed when the approval was still pending for the new plan. The final plan now was of constructing 2 towers, the Apex and Sian, with 40 floors each in the place of a garden and a shopping complex. 2010, 13 floors of the tin towers were already built. Now, upon the construction without the approved plan, the Resident Welfare Association became suspicious and in 2011 filed a petition in the Allahabad High Court. Next came the approval only 2 months before the trial began in Allahabad Court in the year 2012. Then, 2 years later, in March 2014, the Allahabad High Court gave its verdict in favour of the Resident Welfare Association, the RWA, and ordered the demolition of the twin towers, Apex and Sian. The court in its order also said that the buyers will get a refund with the interest at the rate of 14%. 2 months later, in May, the Noida Authority and Supertech moved the Supreme Court, claiming that the construction was in accordance to the rules. And the bad luck of Supertech followed them to the Apex Court too. And in August 2021, the Supreme Court ordered the demolition of the twin towers within 3 months. Now, the act of demolition then got delayed, and after Noida Authority's green flag on demolition preparations, the Supreme Court on 17th May this year extended the deadline, which is now 28th of August.
All right, for more information on that, you could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for more. Stay tuned. I'm going to come back with the top headlines.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
the world comes together at Sharda University. In association with Brokerage Kyun Dena, nobroker.com hai na.
All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to visuals coming in of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, who's just reached Rajghat. These are live visuals that India Today is tracking of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, who's just reached Rajghat. Remember the Liquor Gate controversy that's jolted the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi. They're, of course, reeling under CBI raids as the CBI, as well as the ED now taking up the case, trying to investigate irregularities and money laundering within the liquor policy framework that was rolled out by the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi and then was revoked. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal now reaches Rajghat. After key meeting with MLAs, Arvind Kejriwal reaches Rajghat. This also comes on the heels of many MLAs going incommunicado, words said by the Aam Aadmi Party leaders itself, accusing the BJP of Operation Kamala. Is there anything fishy that Aam Aadmi Party suspects? Arvind Kejriwal now has just landed up in Rajghat and he's just had a key meeting with MLAs after that. He's landed in Rajghat. Let me cut across to Amit Bhardwaj, who's right there tracking those developments. Amit, what's the purpose of Arvind Kejriwal in Rajghat? Tell us more about the key meeting that was held with AAP MLAs.
Of Aam Aadmi Party. Nabila, Arvind Kejriwal had called a legislative party meeting. Arvind Kejriwal had called a legislative party meeting of Aam Aadmi Party at his residence today at 11 a.m. and there were speculations that many of the AAP MLAs are not in touch with the party. But that speculation has been killed. It has been nailed completely. And now Aam Aadmi Party has claimed that 53 MLAs were part of the meeting. 8 MLAs who have not attended the meeting. One was Satyendra Jain. He's in jail. The rest of the MLAs had contacted the party over the phone line. They had joined the legislative party meeting over the phone line. And after that, Aam Aadmi Party leaders such as Saurabh Bhardwaj and Dilip Pandey claimed that at least 12 MLAs of AAP were contacted by the Bharatiya Janata Party and there were attempts to poach them. Each of these MLAs were told that, you'll be offered a certain amount of money, and the previous amount that was quoted by Aam Aadmi Party was 20 crore rupees. And after that, Arvind Kejriwal asked all his MLAs to reach Rajghat, and now all MLAs are inside Rajghat. Arvind Kejriwal is inside Rajghat at the Gandhi statue and he is offering prayer along with his MLAs. And the purpose of this particular meeting at Rajghat is that they want to send across a message that the AAP MLAs are unified. They are standing rock solid behind Arvind Kejriwal, behind the party. And they also want to say, Arvind Kejriwal's party has said that they will be praying in front of Mahatma Gandhi to get strength to, fail Operation Lotus and save the country from alleged Operation Lotus of the Bharatiya Janata Party. So clearly this is another strong messaging, narrative attempt by Aam Aadmi Party, where the Aam Aadmi Party national convener Arvind Kejriwal himself has reached Rajghat along with his Delhi MLAs. Back to Nabila.
This is certainly, as we see the visuals pouring in, Aam Aadmi Party chief Arvind Kejriwal has just arrived at Rajghat. It's an unplanned visit. He's all of a sudden, along with all his MLAs, landed up in Rajghat in a show of strength to send out a strong message, possibly to the BJP, who they accuse of Operation Kamala, that they stand united. He's landed up at the Rajghat in Delhi amid all the media presence and, of course, the cameras capturing this movement of Kejriwal as he arrives into Rajghat, walks with his MLAs and showing a very united front in the face of all the allegations of Operation Kamala that BJP faces. In fact, Arvind Kejriwal himself has accused the BJP of trying to pay off his MLAs crores of rupees to try and woo them to join the BJP, which, of course, they've refused, as per the words of Kejriwal and his men and his Aam Aadmi Party MLAs. They say that BJP can try all its wants, but our MLAs will stand strong.
अभी हम लोग राजघाट गांधी जी को श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करके आ रहे हैं। थोड़ी देर वहाँ बैठ के हम लोगों ने ध्यान भी किया और प्रार्थना की कि देश के अंदर आज जो हालात हैं वो ठीक हों, उनमें सुधार हो। देश की तरक्की के लिए, सुख शांति के लिए प्रार्थना की। अभी हमने देखा कुछ दिन पहले मनीष सिसोदिया जी के खिलाफ इन लोगों ने एक बिल्कुल झूठी और फर्जी एफआईआर दायर की। उसके आधार पे इन्होंने मनीष सिसोदिया जी के घर पे रेड मारी। रेड पूरा दिन चलती रही, मेरे ख्याल से 14 घंटे के करीब रेड चली। मनीष सिसोदिया जी के घर में सारे गद्दे, दीवारें, कुछ भी नहीं छोड़ा, सब छान मारा उन्होंने। उसके बावजूद लास्ट में उनको एक भी पैसे का अनअकाउंटेड कुछ नहीं मिला। एक भी कोई कैश नहीं मिला अनअकाउंटेड, कोई जेवर नहीं मिले, कोई संपत्ति नहीं मिली, कोई जमीन के कागज, कोई ऐसे आपत्तिजनक कागज, दस्तावेज कुछ नहीं मिला इन लोगों को। हम ये सोच रहे थे कि क्यों किया इन लोगों ने। उन्हें पता है कि मनीष सिसोदिया एक बहुत ही ईमानदार, देशभक्त आदमी है। मनीष सिसोदिया जी ने देश के बच्चों के लिए, उनका भविष्य बनाने के लिए बहुत शानदार काम किया। फिर हम सोच रहे थे क्यों किया। वो तब समझ में आया जब रेड के अगले दिन इन लोगों ने संदेश भेजा मनीष सिसोदिया जी को कि आप अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को छोड़ दीजिए, आम आदमी पार्टी को छोड़ दीजिए, आम आदमी पार्टी को तोड़ के कुछ विधायकों को लेके हमारे साथ आ जाइए। हम केजरीवाल जी की सरकार गिरा के आपको सीट दीजिए, आम आदमी पार्टी को छोड़ दीजिए, आम आदमी पार्टी को तोड़ के कुछ विधायकों को लेके हमारे साथ आ जाइए। हम केजरीवाल जी की सरकार गिरा के आपको सीएम बना देंगे और हम आपके सीबीआई के और ईडी के सारे केसेस खत्म कर देंगे। मैं समझता हूँ मैंने पिछले जन्म में कुछ पुण्य किए होंगे। मैं समझता हूँ मैं बहुत सौभाग्यशाली हूँ कि मुझे मनीष सिसोदिया जी जैसे साथी मिले। उन्होंने इतनी बड़ी बात, उनको सीएम बना रहे थे ये लोग, मुख्यमंत्री बना रहे थे मेरी सरकार गिरा के, उन्होंने उसको ठुकरा दिया। उन्होंने कहा मेरे को सीएम नहीं बनना। उन्होंने कहा कि सीबीआई और ईडी के सारे केस खत्म कर देंगे, उन्होंने उनका ऑफर ठुकरा दिया। अब ये पिछले कुछ दिन से हमारे एमएलए के पीछे पड़े हैं। हमारे एमएलए को, एक एक एमएलए को 20-20 करोड़ रुपए का ऑफर दिया जा रहा है। 20-20 करोड़ रुपए का, कि आप 20 करोड़ रुपए ले लो और आप केजरीवाल जी की सरकार तोड़ दो, केजरीवाल जी को छोड़ दो, आम आदमी पार्टी को छोड़ दो और हमारे साथ आ जाओ। गिराने का इनका टारगेट है। पर मैं दिल्ली की जनता को कहना चाहता हूं कि आपने एक कट्टर ईमानदार पार्टी को वोट दिया है, कट्टर ईमानदार सरकार को वोट दिया है। मैं, मेरे एमएलए, मेरे मंत्री, हम कट जाएंगे, देश के साथ दगा नहीं करेंगे, जनता के साथ।
सर, क्या कुछ प्रार्थना की आपने आज राजघाट पे पहुंचे?
हमने प्रार्थना यही की कि जो ये माहौल चल रहा है देश के अंदर, एक के बाद एक सरकार गिराने का, महाराष्ट्र की सरकार गिरा दी इन्होंने, कर्नाटक की सरकार गिरा दी इन्होंने, मध्य प्रदेश की सरकार गिरा दी इन्होंने, गोवा की सरकार गिरा दी इन्होंने, झारखंड की सरकार गिराने जा रहे हैं, बिहार के अंदर हम देख रहे हैं क्या किया इन्होंने, अब दिल्ली की सरकार। ये अच्छा थोड़ी है। ये हमसे लड़ रहे हैं। हमसे क्यों लड़ रहे हैं? सारा देश मिलके आगे बढ़ेगा तभी तो हम
विधायकों से बीजेपी ने संपर्क किया। कौन वो है, नाम बता पाएंगे?
नाम कल बताए थे 4 लोग, तो आपके साथ बाकी भी बता देंगे आपको, चिंता की। एक और चीज क्लियर कर दूं, ये कह रहे हैं घोटाला हुआ, शराब घोटाला हुआ। तो मैं कल देख रहा था, इन्होंने एक सभा, एक मिनट, एक और चीज क्लियर कर दूं, ये कह रहे हैं घोटाला हुआ, शराब घोटाला हुआ। तो मैं कल देख रहा था, इन्होंने एक सभा करी कहीं, सभा में उनका जो बैकड्रॉप था, जो उन्होंने बैनर लगाया था स्टेज के पीछे, उसमें लिखा हुआ था 1.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए का शराब घोटाला। यार 1.5 लाख करोड़ तो दिल्ली का बजट ही नहीं है। दिल्ली का बजट 70,000 करोड़ है। फिर मैंने देखा कि वहीं पे सभा में कोई बंदा खड़ा हुआ, उसने पूछा जी घोटाला क्या है? तो सारे एक दूसरे की तरफ देख रहे थे, घोटाला क्या है। फिर मैंने देखा इनका एक बड़ा नेता एक टीवी के डिबेट में कह रहा था 8,000 करोड़ का घोटाला। फिर हमारे वाले ने पूछा उससे डिबेट में कि घोटाला क्या है, तो वो कागज देखने लगा कि घोटाला क्या है। पहले कह रहे थे 1.5 लाख करोड़ का, फिर बोले 8,000 करोड़ का। फिर मैंने देखा इनके 2 नेताओं ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करी उसमें बोले 1100 करोड़ का घोटाला, और घोटाला क्या घोटाला पता नहीं। फिर एलजी साहब ने एक रिपोर्ट बनाई, उसमें बोले 144 करोड़ का घोटाला, और अब जो सीबीआई ने एफआईआर दर्ज की है उसमें कह रहे हैं 1 करोड़ का घोटाला। यार ये घोटाला क्या है? ये मतलब 1 करोड़ का है, 144 करोड़ का है, 1100 करोड़ का है, 8000 करोड़ का है, 1.5 लाख करोड़ है भी कुछ नहीं है, सब बकवास है। मैं बताता हूँ घोटाला क्या है। घोटाला ऑपरेशन लोटस है। एक एमएलए को 20-20 करोड़ रुपए ऑफर किए जा रहे हैं। 40 एमएलए चाहिए इनको। 800 करोड़ रुपए इन्होंने कहीं रख रखे हैं तैयार दिल्ली की सरकार गिराने के लिए। आज देश की जनता इनसे पूछना चाहती है ये 800 करोड़ रुपए किसके हैं? ये 800 करोड़ रुपए जीएसटी के हैं? ये 800 करोड़ रुपए पीएम केयर्स के हैं? ये 800 करोड़ रुपए इनके किसी दोस्त ने दिए हैं? ये किसके पैसे हैं? कहाँ रख रखे हैं जो दिल्ली की सरकार गिराने के लिए? ये जवाब पूछना।
अरविंद केजरीवाल मीडिया से बात करते हुए,
Very brave Arvind Kejriwal, who had some of his MLAs missing from the key meet that he held at his home. In fact, all those MLAs were called in a day prior. Just yesterday, they were all alerted that there's going to be a meeting, a top level meeting at Arvind Kejriwal's residence today. Most of them appeared, but some of them seems to be untraceable. Arvind Kejriwal addresses the media as he arrives in Rajghat. He, in fact, tells the media explicitly that he feels many of those MLAs have been bribed by the BJP. They've been offered close to 20 crores each to break the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi and join the BJP. He says that he's blessed that many of those leaders are going to stand with him strong. They've shown unconditional support. They're not sold easily. And more importantly, Manish Sisodia, the man who's currently under CBI scanner, is innocent, and he stands with Kejriwal strongly. In fact, Amit Bharadwaj, who's right there at the spot. Amit, tell us more. Kejriwal, who's landed at Rajghat, there's a lot of questions on what was the purpose of this visit in Rajghat. This was, of course, to show a brave front. He's very boldly come out in the media and said that all his party members are united. They're not going to be sold off to the BJP. But that said, we do know that there's a lot of speculation that some of the AAP MLAs are currently untraceable. They've not attended the meeting that Arvind Kejriwal called for yesterday. So it's been 24 hours that they've not been in contact with the senior leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party. What more do we know?
well, Nabila, that is why the Aam Aadmi Party had called the legislative party meeting at Arvind Kejriwal's residence, who is Delhi Chief Minister as well as the national convener of the party. And, after that, Aam Aadmi Party said it out very clearly that 54 MLAs, 53 MLAs were part of the meeting. 8 MLAs who have not attended the meeting included Satyendra Jain, who is in jail because of the ED case, and 7 other MLAs who were not able to physically attend the party had joined the party over the phone line, which means it was 100% attendance in the legislative party meeting that was held at Arvind Kejriwal's residence at 11 in the morning today. And after that meeting, Arvind Kejriwal, along with his MLA, reached here at the Rajghat, right here at the Rajghat. And the Chief Minister entered Rajghat. He went there with his MLAs and he prayed. He offered, prayers to Mahatma Gandhi, saying that, there are attempts of poaching AAP MLAs. There are attempts of executing Operation Lotus in the national capital, but they have failed that Operation Lotus. In fact, responding to the questions of ED investigation, Arvind Kejriwal said that yes, there is a scam, but that scam is Operation Lotus. As far as Aam Aadmi Party and its MLA and its minister is concerned, they have not done any sort of scam. And he, in fact, also backed Manish Sisodia. I am joined by Durgesh Pathak. केजरीवाल जी आज मीडिया से बात करते हुए कह रहे थे स्कैम हुआ है लेकिन ऑपरेशन लोटस है, यानी कि आप लोग नैरेटिव बदलने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
इसमें नैरेटिव वाली कोई चीज है ही नहीं, हम आपके सामने सारी चीज रख रहे हैं। एक हफ्ते हो गए
Stay with us, cutting across to BJP, speaking at a press conference with regards to Aam Aadmi Party allegations.
में लिखा है, जिसका मैं उदाहरण आपके समक्ष रखना चाहूंगा कि इन केस ऑफ सरेंडर ऑफ रिटेल लाइसेंस बाय सम अलॉटी द सिक्योरिटी डिपॉजिट शैल बी फोरफीटेड, यानी उसके द्वारा जो भी जमानती राशि रखी गई है वो जब्त होनी चाहिए। एंड द जोन विल बी रीटेंडर्ड, उसके बाद उसकी पुनः निविदा निकालनी चाहिए। एंड द सेड लाइसेंसी बी प्रोहिबिटेड फ्रॉम प्रैक्टिस इन द बिडिंग प्रोसेस फॉर ए पीरियड ऑफ 2 years। और उसके बाद उस संबंधित व्यक्ति को 2 वर्ष के लिए उस निविदा की किसी भी प्रक्रिया में भाग लेने से वंचित कर देना चाहिए। यानी बहुत स्पष्ट है कि यदि कोई व्यक्ति अपना अलॉटमेंट छोड़ता है तो ना उसका पैसा वापस होना चाहिए और उसके अलावा उसको अगले प्रोसेस में भाग लेने से पूरी तरीके से प्रतिबंधित कर देना चाहिए। परंतु इसके बावजूद जिन लोगों ने अपने लाइसेंस फोरफीट किए उन्हें प्रकारांतर से भी मौका भी मिला और पैसे भी वापस किए गए। अब क्या इसमें किसी भी प्रकार के किंतु परंतु की कोई गुंजाइश रह जाती है? इसलिए हमारा प्रश्न यह है कि हम निरंतर उनसे दिल्ली की आबकारी नीति पर प्रश्न पूछ रहे हैं, परंतु आप देख रहे हैं कि यह नई नवेली पार्टी एक पहेली बनती चली जा रही है। we are consistently asking them to be precise on excise, but they are doing all sort of theatric exercise in order to divert the attention and taking so many words like lotus, bogus, etc. Their main objective is to divert the focus. परंतु आप देख रहे हैं कि जब से हमने यह विषय उठाया है और हम निरंतर केवल बिंदुवार वस्तुनिष्ठ यानी पॉइंट वाइज एंड ऑब्जेक्टिव क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हैं, तो वो क्या जवाब देते हैं? कभी न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स की बात, कभी शिक्षा नीति की बात, कभी कट्टर ईमानदारी की दुहाई, कभी बिरादरी की दुहाई, कभी लोटस की बात, कभी बोगस की बात, कभी विधानसभा का सत्र। और आज राजघाट पर जाकर उन लोगों ने प्रदर्शन किया। मैं ये बताना चाहता हूं, ये भारत की राजनीति का अद्भुत उदाहरण है। राष्ट्रपिता महात्मा गांधी जो शराब के पूर्णतः विरुद्ध माने जाते हैं, इस देश में ऑफिशियली उनके जन्मदिन ड्राई डे माना जाता है, और शराब में एक पौवे के बदले दूसरा पौवा देने की नीति बनाने वाले लोग जाके राजघाट पे महात्मा गांधी की समाधि पे अपनी सत्यता की दुहाई दे रहे हैं। इससे समझ में आता है, मतलब कहना नहीं चाहिए, अगर ऑन द लाइटर नोट कहें तो भाई ये मुफ्त की रेवड़ी तो बांट रहे थे, पर रेवड़ी के पेड़े सबसे ज्यादा बेवड़े पा रहे थे। ऐसा उदाहरण जिस पार्टी ने प्रस्तुत किया, वो जाके राजघाट के ऊपर बापू की समाधि पर यह कहे, तो हम उनसे कहना चाहते हैं, मान्यवर सर, आपकी सरकार पर आंच नहीं है, आपकी साख पर आंच है। हम सीधे आबकारी नीति पर सवाल पूछ रहे हैं और आप हर दिन एक नए रूप बदलकर आकर विषय को डाइवर्ट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, परंतु उससे सच छुपने वाला नहीं है, क्योंकि आप सत्य के सबसे बड़े प्रतीक की समाधि पर जाकर सच को ढकने का प्रयास करेंगे तो यह संभव नहीं है। इसीलिए यह पंक्ति कहता हूं जो आज आम आदमी पार्टी के चरित्र पर बिल्कुल उजागर होती है, कि इस समय के सबसे अजीम शायर वसीम बरेलवी का है शायद ये, कि सच जरा सा घटे या बढ़े तो सच सच न रहे। सच जरा सा घटे या बढ़े तो सच सच न रहे, मगर झूठ की तो कोई इंतहा नहीं, और लाख चेहरे बदल के आ जाता हूं मैं, मगर यह आईना कमबख्त झूठ बोलता ही नहीं। यह आम आदमी के चरित्र का वास्तविक चित्रण है कि न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स से लेके स्कूली बस्ते में बोतल छुपाने से लेके अनेक प्रकार की ईमानदारी, बिरादरी और सरकार का और सब कुछ कर रहे हैं, मगर इस पे जवाब नहीं दे रहे हैं। तो अंत में मैं यह कहते हुए कि हमें जवाब आबकारी पर चाहिए, किसी और चीज के ऊपर जवाब नहीं चाहिए, और वह जवाब देने की वह स्थिति में नहीं है। इसलिए नित नए प्रकार के प्रदर्शन, आवरण और स्वांग रचने का प्रयास करते रहते हैं। अब मैं अपने साथी सांसद श्री प्रवेश साहिब सिंह जी से अनुरोध करूंगा कि वो आगे का विषय आपके समक्ष रखें।
धन्यवाद सुधांशु जी। जब शाम को डिबेट चलती है टेलीविजन पर, तो आम आदमी पार्टी के साथ में मीडिया बंधु भी हमसे ये सवाल पूछते हैं कि क्या उनके एमएलओ को तोड़ा जा रहा है? हम कोई किसी बात पर भी जवाब नहीं देंगे, क्योंकि प्रश्न पहले हमने खड़ा किया कि आपने शराब में घोटाला किया, उसके ऊपर में कोई जवाब नहीं देना और इसको पूरे मुद्दे को डाइवर्ट कर देना, ये अब आम आदमी पार्टी ने अपना तरीका बना लिया है। हमारा उनसे सीधा सीधा प्रश्न है कि आपने जो कमेटी ने आपको सारी पॉलिसी रिकमेंड करी थी, आपने उसको क्यों नहीं माना? और जो L1 का कमीशन था उसको आपने 2% से 12% क्यों कर दिया? इस बात का आज तक किसी भी डिबेट पर, कोई भी आम आदमी पार्टी की कॉन्फ्रेंस में केवल ये 2% से 12% क्यों किया, इस बात पर कोई जवाब आज तक ना किसी ने मांगा है, ना उन्होंने दिया है और ना वो देंगे। क्योंकि पॉलिसी में जो सबसे बड़ा करप्शन है वो केवल ये 2% से 12% क्यों किया L1 का, केवल यही सबसे बड़ा घोटाला है। इसके ऊपर उनके पास में कोई जवाब ही नहीं है। ये वही पार्टी है जो हर बात पर कागज दिखाने की बात करती थी, जो हर बात पर जन सर्वे कराने की बात करती थी, जो कहती थी कि अगर किसी मोहल्ले में ठेका खुलेगा तो वहां पे सारा मोहल्ला की मीटिंग होगी, उसके बाद में वो तय करेंगे कि ठेका खुलेगा या नहीं खुलेगा। मगर इन्होंने कोई कमेटी की बात नहीं मानी, ना कोई इन्होंने अपनी ही बात मानी। तो इसलिए ये आजकल बहुत या तो पिक्चर देख रहे हैं, रातों रात में स्क्रिप्ट बना देते हैं। कोई भी हमारे एमएलए जो है मिल नहीं रहे, उनका नाम भी नहीं बताते, कौन फोन कर रहा है बीजेपी वाला, उसका भी नाम नहीं बता रहे। मगर इनके कौन कौन विधायक नहीं मिल रहे, उनका भी नाम नहीं बता रहे। अगर ये उनका नाम बता दे तो हमारे कार्यकर्ता जो है उनके घर जाकर उनको ढूंढ के ले आएं और हम खुद ही विधानसभा पहुंचा देंगे। क्योंकि जब 2013 में हमारी 32 सीटें आई थी और आम आदमी पार्टी की 28 सीटें आई थी, अगर उस समय हमारे ऊपर ये आरोप लगाते तब तो जनता मान भी लेती। जितनी बेखूबी से, जितने विश्वास के साथ में आज ये बोलते हैं। मगर आज जब हमारे केवल 8 विधायक हैं और इनके 62 विधायक हैं, अगर 50 विधायक भी आ जाएंगे तो भी हमारी सरकार नहीं बनेगी। तो हमारे 5 विधायकों को जो है खरीद रहे हैं, 10 को खरीद रहे हैं, इस बात में कोई दम ही नहीं है। तो हम कोई भी जो भी इनके प्रश्न है उसके बारे में तब तक नहीं बोलेंगे जब तक ये हमारे प्रश्नों का जवाब नहीं देंगे। हमारा एक अपना किसी व्यक्ति ने, एक मैंने पिक्चर देखी थी शोले, तो वो शोले का बहुत फेमस एक डायलॉग है, जब वो जय वीरू की शादी के लिए बात करने जाते हैं मौसी से, तो फिर वो उनसे पूछते हैं कि भाई अपना जो है कोई झूठ वूठ तो नहीं बोलता? तो बोलते नहीं, कोई ऐसा झूठ नहीं बोलता, बच्चों की कसम खा लेता।
All right, cutting across to all the allegations of corruption in Jharkhand, Chief Minister Hemant Soren in the dock. Let me quickly cut across to Ravikumar Das. Munish, who's tracking those developments, also joining us. Munish, give us a sense of the crime that Hemant Soren has been accused of. He holds office of profit and as a Chief Minister and a mining minister has issued a lease to himself, a mining lease to himself, which is a grave violation under the election law. Do take questions. We have Ravikumar with us.
Yeah, well, Nabila, let's directly cut to Mr. Ravikumar Das. रघुवर जी, सबसे पहले इंडिया टुडे से बात करने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। पहला सवाल मैं आपसे जानना चाहूँगा कि जो इलेक्शन कमीशन ने अपना रिकमेंडेशन दिया है जिसमें ये कहा जा रहा है कि उनकी सदस्यता, हेमंत सोरेन की सदस्यता को खत्म कर देना चाहिए, कैसे देखते हैं आप? क्या राजनीतिक हलचल आप आगे देख रहे हैं इसमें?
देखिए, राज्य में जो राजनीतिक हलचल है तो ये सरकार अपनी काली करतूतों के कारण ही आज मुसीबत में पड़ी है। स्वयं मुख्यमंत्री हेमंत सोरेन जी अपने पैर पर कुल्हाड़ी मारे। तो राज्य में जो आज राजनीतिक अस्थिरता का वातावरण देख रहा है, उसके लिए अगर कोई जिम्मेदार है तो माननीय मुख्यमंत्री हेमंत सोरेन जी।
लेकिन रघुवर जी, जो हेमंत सोरेन है वो लगातार आरोप लगाते रहे हैं कि जो सरकार है वो केंद्रीय एजेंसियां यानी कि ईडी को देखे वो भी इलीगल माइनिंग में अपना जांच कर रहे थे। इलेक्शन कमीशन के ऊपर आरोप लगता है कि वो भी सरकार के दबाव में काम करती है। तो इन आरोपों का खंडन आप कैसे करेंगे, क्योंकि हेमंत सोरेन तो लगातार ये आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि आप लोग इस तरह की राजनीति उत्पन्न कर रहे हैं, ऐसी स्थिति उत्पन्न कर रहे हैं जिसकी वजह से हेमंत सोरेन की सरकार आज की तारीख में खतरे में नजर आती है।
देखिए, ये जो परिवारवाद पार्टी जो है के तहत काम नहीं है अपने राज्य में व्यवहार। बीजेपी या सीबीआई ने नहीं कहा था कि मुख्यमंत्री अपने नाम पर लीज का पट्टा ले ले, अपनी कल्पना सोरेन के नाम पर लीज पट्टा दे, पंकज मिश्रा को लीज पट्टा दे दे, अपने प्रेस सलाहकार पिंटू श्रीवास्तव को लीज पट्टा दे दे। ये बीजेपी ने नहीं कहा था, ईडी ने नहीं कहा था।
नहीं तो आगे क्या
जो मुख्यमंत्री होता है वो सेवक होता है। अब जिस राज्य का मुख्यमंत्री खुद व्यापार करने लगे तो उस राज्य का क्या होगा? तो लोकतंत्र में कानून का शासन और लोकतंत्र में ही संविधान ने प्रावधान किया है कि कोई भी लोक सेवक, चाहे मुख्यमंत्री हो, मंत्री हो या जनप्रतिनिधि हो, सरकारी ठेका पट्टा नहीं ले सकते हैं। और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी खनन पट्टा लेने के लिए 2008 से ही प्रयासरत थे, लेकिन जैसे मुख्यमंत्री बने इन्होंने 16/6/2021 को पत्थर खनन पट्टा की स्वीकृति सैद्धांतिक स्तर पर विभाग ने दिया, क्योंकि मुख्यमंत्री खुद खान मंत्री भी है, फॉरेस्ट मंत्री भी है। उसी तरह 10/7/2021 को इन्होंने खनन पट्टा लिया, फिर सिया फॉरेस्ट विभाग से 9/9/21 को स्वयं उस विभाग के मंत्री हैं और स्वयं पट्टा लेते गए। इसमें ईडी और बीजेपी कहां से आ गई? तो अपने कुल्हाड़ी मारी है।
रघुवर जी, आप जो आरोप लगा रहे हैं वो उन आरोपों की जांच तो ईडी कर रहा है। जो मेरी जानकारी है उसके मुताबिक उसमें पंकज मिश्रा से लेकर तो पूजा सिंघल, ये सारे लोग इस मामले में गिरफ्तार भी किए गए हैं ईडी की तरफ से। लेकिन हेमंत सोरेन ये कहते हैं कि जो ईडी की जांच है वो कहीं ना कहीं बीजेपी से प्रभावित है, बीजेपी के इशारों से ईडी की जांच होती है। मेरा सवाल आपसे ये है कि इस राजनीतिक हलचल के बीच में आप क्या देख रहे हैं कि क्या आगे आप लोग सरकार बनाने वाले हैं? सरकार बनाने वाले हैं तो कैसे बनाने वाले हैं? हेमंत सोरेन की सरकार गिराने वाले हैं? इन सब चीजों को लेकर तो मेरा ख्याल है कि आप लोगों ने आपस में विचार विमर्श कर ही लिया होगा अब तक।
नहीं, देखिए, ये आप इस तरह ना देखिए कि हम कोई आरोप लगाकर मुख्यमंत्री को हटाना चाहते हैं। अगर मुख्यमंत्री जी जो आरोप लगे उसमें दम है तो उनको सजा मिलनी चाहिए। अगर आरोप में दम नहीं तो मुख्यमंत्री जी निष्कर्ष होकर निकलेंगे, झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा का प्रतिष्ठा बढ़ेगा। लेकिन अब बताइए, मुख्यमंत्री जी स्वयं लीज पट्टा लिए है कि नहीं?
आरोप हैं वो गंभीर हैं, उसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है रघुवर जी। लेकिन
लोक प्रतिनिधित्व अधिनियम के तहत 191(9)(a) के तहत उसमें प्रावधान है कि इसमें सदस्यता जानी चाहिए, डिबार भी होनी चाहिए, और किसके साथ साथ भ्रष्टाचार निवारण अधिनियम 188 की धारा 13(1)(d) के तहत आपराधिक कृत्य भी, इस पर PC एक्ट भी लगना चाहिए मुख्यमंत्री जी पर, क्योंकि इन्होंने मुख्यमंत्री पद का भ्रष्टाचार के लिए दुरुपयोग किया है।
रघुवर जी,
हम लोग इंतजार कर रहे हैं महामहिम राज्यपाल
जी,
हम लोग इंतजार कर रहे हैं महामहिम राज्यपाल रांची आ रहे हैं। चीफ इलेक्शन कमीशन ने क्या एडवाइस दिया, हम लोग अभी महामहिम राज्यपाल का डिसीजन का इंतजार कर रहे हैं। बीजेपी वेट एंड वॉच की स्थिति में।
आप इंतजार कर रहे हैं राज्यपाल के आने का। मेरा अगला सवाल उसी से जुड़ा हुआ है। क्या राज्यपाल से अगर ऐसी स्थिति आती है कि इलेक्शन कमीशन ने उनको डिस्क्वालीफाई कर दिया है, उनकी सदस्यता को रद्द कर दिया है, तो क्या आप राज्यपाल से इस बारे में दरख्वास्त करेंगे कि अब जो सरकार है उसके बहुमत को लेकर परीक्षण होना चाहिए और सरकार को जाना चाहिए? क्या इस चीज़ को लेकर आप लोगों ने कोई विकल्प निकाला है? इस चीज़ को लेकर कोई बातचीत हुई आप लोग की आपस में?
देखिए, मुख्यमंत्री सदस्यता समाप्त होने के साथ ही इन पर किसी एक्ट भी कानून लागू होना चाहिए, पहला। दूसरा, जब मुख्यमंत्री त्यागपत्र दे देंगे तो संभवतः ही वहां राष्ट्रपति शासन लग जाएंगे। तो जिनके पास बहुमत है, फिर महामहिम राज्यपाल के पास उस संख्या का अपनी उपस्थिति का दर्ज देंगे। फिर महामहिम राज्यपाल जी के विवेक पर है, किसको सरकार बनाने के लिए जिसके पास संख्या होगी वो सरकार बनाएंगे।
इसी बीच में एक और सवाल पूछना चाहूंगा। हेमंत सोरेन ने अभी एक बयान जारी किया हुआ है और उस बयान में उन्होंने साफ तौर पे कहा है कि इलेक्शन कमीशन ने जो रिपोर्ट अपनी राज्यपाल को दी है इसके बारे में उनको कोई जानकारी तो नहीं दी गई, लेकिन उन्होंने बड़ा आरोप ये लगाया हुआ है कि जिस तरीके से बीजेपी हेडक्वार्टर से लोकतंत्र के खिलाफ में कार्रवाई की जा रही है और उन्होंने इशारा किया है कि जिस तरह से इलेक्शन कमीशन से लेके तो जांच एजेंसियां उनका दुरुपयोग बीजेपी कर रही है, उसको लेकर उन्होंने बयान जारी किया हुआ है और सीधा आरोप बीजेपी पर लगाया हुआ है। इस पे आप अपनी पहली प्रतिक्रिया दे दीजिए।
देखिए, चीफ इलेक्शन एक संवैधानिक संस्था है और ये मामला फरवरी से चल रहा है। चीफ इलेक्शन कमीशन ने इनको बहुत बार मौका दिया, जेएमएम का भी बात सुनी, बीजेपी की भी बात सुनी, मुख्यमंत्री बार बार डेट लेते रहे, कभी मेरा वकील बीमार है, कभी खुद बीमार है, कभी माँ बीमार है। इस तरह डेट लेते हुए अंततः दोनों पक्ष सुनने के बाद चीफ इलेक्शन कमीशन क्या एडवाइस दिए हैं कि महामहिम राज्यपाल के पास महामहिम राज्यपाल आने के बाद ही जो निर्णय होंगे। तो देखिए, ये परिवारवाद की पार्टी वाले लोग लोकतंत्र की बात ना करें।
नहीं, आप एक सवाल का मेरे जवाब दे दीजिए कि इस वक्त जो राजनीतिक स्थिति है वहाँ पर, उसको लेकर जो बीजेपी है वहाँ पर क्या बाकी पार्टियों से बात कर रही है, बाकी एमएलए से बात कर रही है, ताकि अगर कल को नौबत आती है सरकार बनाने की, क्योंकि आप लोगों ने इस विकल्प को तो जरूर सोचा होगा।
नहीं, अभी हम लोग वेट एंड वॉच में है कि महामहिम राज्यपाल का क्या निर्णय होता है माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के संदर्भ में। उसके बाद फिर हम लोग बैठ के रणनीति बनाएंगे आगे की स्थिति पर, क्या राज्य की राजनीतिक स्थिति को ध्यान में रखकर।
लेकिन अगर मौका मिलता है तो आप लोग अपनी सरकार बनाने के लिए तैयार हैं?
अगर का नहीं होता, अभी हम लोग वेट एंड वॉच कर रहे हैं महामहिम राज्यपाल का निर्णय का।
ठीक है, मैं सवाल इसके लिए पूछ रहा हूं रघुवर जी, क्योंकि पिछली बार जब हेमंत सोरेन ने अपने एमएलएस की मीटिंग बुलाई थी बाकी गठबंधन पार्टियों के साथ में, उसमें 11 एमएलएस नदारत थे, गायब थे उस वक्त। आज फिर उन्होंने शाम को वो मीटिंग बुलाई हुई है। तो इस तरह के आरोप भी लगते हैं कि जो बीजेपी के नेता हैं वो इन एमएलएस के साथ भी लगातार टच में रहते हैं, उनसे बातचीत करते रहते हैं। इसके लिए मैं आपसे ये सवाल पूछ रहा हूँ।
नहीं, देखिए, मैं शुरू से कह रहा हूँ कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी का मत है कि 5 साल ये सरकार चले। मैं साथ में भी कह रहा था कि सरकार कब गिर जाएगी कोई नहीं कर सकता, क्योंकि इस दल में इतनी अंतर कला है। कांग्रेस पार्टी के अंदर ही अंतर कला है, जेएमएम के अंदर भी अंतर कला है। अभी आपने देखा जो 3 विधायक जो पकड़ाए बंगाल में पैसा लेकर जाते हुए, उन विधायकों ने किस पर आरोप लगाया? कांग्रेस के विधायक ही कांग्रेस पार्टी पर आरोप लगा रहा है, कांग्रेस के एमएलए पर। कहाँ बीजेपी है इसमें? ये पार्टी तो अपनी अंतर कलर से ही परेशान है और बीजेपी का नाम लेकर लोगों को गुमराह कर सच पर पर्दा डालने का काम कर रही है झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री हेमंत सोरेन जी ये अपने घर ही नहीं संभाल पा रहे हैं।
जी नहीं, वो अपना घर संभाल नहीं पा रहे हैं, लेकिन देखिए जिस तरीके से ईडी ने कार्रवाई की है उसमें एक गंभीर आरोप था कि उन्होंने जो माइनिंग लाइसेंस था उन्होंने अपने नाम पे करा लिया था। उसको लेके पूजा सिंघल और बाकी लोगों की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी। जब इनकी गिरफ्तारी हुई तो कहीं ना कहीं सवाल खड़े हुए कि क्या हेमंत सोरेन से इनके साथ संबंध है कि नहीं है। और कल जब प्रेम प्रकाश के यहाँ पर छापेमारी हो रही थी तब जो चीफ मिनिस्टर का दफ्तर है वहाँ से एक बयान आता है और बयान में ये कहा जाता है कि इस तरह के आरोप सारे बेबुनियाद हैं। इस पर क्या कहेंगे आप?
नहीं, देखिए, कानून को अपना काम करने देना चाहिए और कानून से ऊपर कोई नहीं हो, चाहे रघुवर दास ही क्यों। तो कानून अपना काम कर रही है, ईडी अपना काम कर रही है, पुलिस अपना काम कर रही है, सबको इंतजार है कानून का शासन चलना चाहिए और जैसा किए वैसा भरेंगे। ये लोकतंत्र है, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को पता होना चाहिए, लोकतंत्र है, परिवार तंत्र नहीं है यहाँ देश में, राजतंत्र नहीं है, लोकतंत्र है। ये बात हमको लगता मुख्यमंत्री जी को समझ में आ गई कि झारखंड में लोकतंत्र है, राजतंत्र नहीं चलेगा, परिवार तंत्र नहीं चलेगा।
जी, मैं आपसे एक आखिरी सवाल करना चाहूँगा कि क्या जो स्थिति इस वक्त है झारखंड में राजनीति को लेकर, आप लोगों की बात क्या केंद्र के नेताओं से हुई है इस चीज़ को लेकर, और क्या उसके लिए कोई विकल्प आप लोग तलाशना शुरू कर दिए हैं इसमें, और आगे आप लोगों की रणनीति क्या होने वाली है राज्यपाल को मिलने के बाद में, किस तरह की रणनीति है आप लोगों की? ये दो सवालों का जवाब दे दीजिए आप।
पहले महामहिम राज्यपाल का मिसाइज हुआ महामहिम राज्यपाल क्या निर्णय लेते हैं, उसके बाद हम लोग आपस में झारखंड प्रदेश भारतीय जनता पार्टी की कोलकाता राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व को भी अवगत।
ठीक है रघुवर जी, हमसे बातचीत करने के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
धन्यवाद।
नवीला, बैक टू यू।
All right, in the follow-up, big news coming in from Jharkhand. The Chief Minister of Jharkhand, Hemant Soren, has now appraised of several media reports about the Election Commission of India, sending out a report to Honorable Governor. In fact, Hemant Soren says that he hasn't heard from the Election Commission or the Governor's offices yet. From initial sources, in fact, Governor's sources, tell us that Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren, as per the Election Commission of India, had recommended for his disqualification as MLA. Hemant Soren says there's no communication with that regard with him. His Chief Minister's office has not received any notice or information or communication on this regard from the Election Commission of India or the Governor. The Chief Minister has stated the following. He says, and I quote, "It apparently seems that BJP leaders, including a BJP MP and his puppet journalists, have themselves drafted the ECI report, which is otherwise a sealed cover report. This blatant misuse of constitutional authorities and public agencies and its complete takeover by the BJP headquarters in Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg is shameful, unseen in democracy." The words of Hemant Soren, the Chief Minister of Jharkhand, who faces allegations of holding office of profit and issuing a tender to himself, a mining tender to himself, that is in violation to the electoral law. Election Commission of India taking note, suggesting to the Governor's office in Jharkhand, asking for, if at all, he must be disqualified as an MLA. Munish joining us for more. Munish, Hemant Soren, Jharkhand Chief Minister, says that this is atrocious. His office has not received any communication of this matter of disqualification against him from the Election Commission of India or the Governor's office. And then he goes on to accuse BJP MP and their puppet journalists of drafting this report by themselves, which ideally should be in a sealed cover. He says this is blatant misuse of constitutional authorities.
Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren, but this morning through sources, the journalists got to know that Election Commission has sent a report to the Governor of Jharkhand, and in which they have given their opinion of disqualifying Hemant Soren. Now it is still not official either from the office of Governor or from the Election Commission. But coming back to the fact, and the fact is that he is being probed by the Election Commission since 2nd of May this year, and the allegations are very serious. There are two mining licenses, one on the name of Mr. Hemant Soren, second on the name of his brother. Now these mining licenses were allotted when he was the Chief Minister and Mining Minister, and there is a double trouble. When this this matter reached the Election Commission, they started their own investigation in the matter of office of profit, where there was misuse by Hemant Soren of his power, his position, and that is why he was in a position to get those licenses on his name and his brother's name, But the second, and that is a very serious trouble, that is from the Enforcement Directorate. Now, Enforcement Directorate is also probing the very same case, that is illegal mining case. And remember, in recent, there are three close people. Pooja Singhal, she was the mining minister at that point of time. She was the one who allotted these mining licenses. Pankaj Mishra, MLA representative, and now Prem Prakash, another close associate of Hemant Soren. So all these people have been arrested. They are connected to Hemant Soren as per the Enforcement Directorate, and now Election Commission going ahead with this report. So it is a clear indication at this point of time that Hemant Soren is in trouble. Officially, whether he has been disqualified or not, Election Commission or the Governor Office in Jharkhand is yet to give a clarity. But it seems that the BJP in the state is active at this point of time. We spoke to Raghubar Das, the former Chief Minister, who very clearly stated that soon they will be meeting the governor, and I'm sure that when this meeting will happen, they will try to find out all the possible ways to form their government, or at least ensure president rule in the state.
You know, of course, at this point, it's put the spotlight on Hemant Soren and his credibility as a chief minister as well as a mining minister in the state. Now, more breaking coming with this regard. Manish, do stay with us. Sources tell us that the Election Commission of India and its findings has found that Soren is violating Office of Profit. Hemant Soren, Jharkhand Chief Minister, has violated 9A of 1951 People's Representative Act. The Election Commission of India has heard both Soren and his brother Basant Soren during the hearings, and the hearing was completed on the 18th of August. And post that, we believe that the Election Commission of India, based on a plea filed against him by the BJP, has now recommended to the governor on disqualifying Hemant Soren from his primary legislative membership. As an MLA, he must be disqualified, and therefore that would put his, of course, that will throw him off the chief minister's chair. At this point, allegations are that he misused his place in power. He held office of profit despite holding office, a government office. He issued a lease to himself, a mining lease, a stone chip mining lease to himself, and violated the electoral law. This is the allegation as per the plea placed by the BJP. Hemant Soren says this is atrocious. This is, first of all, he has not got any disqualification recommendation or notice from the ECI or the governor's office. So whatever the BJP is saying, they are misusing the constitutional provisions. They've managed to find a committee report which ideally should be in a sealed packet. Let me cut across to Manish. Manish, ECI now finding that Soren has violated the Office of Profit, 9A of the 1951 People's Representatives Act. Do break it down for us in common language. What exactly has he done? We believe he's issued a tender to himself, a lease to himself as a mining minister, which is not allowed.
Well, Nabila, we need to understand what the allegations are. Then the allegations are in simple language, in simple terms. Misusing the power of chief minister and mining minister. The allegations were that when he was the chief minister, he got a mining license allotted for himself, another mining license allotted for his brother. Now, he was able to do this because he was not only the chief minister, but the mining minister, and the influence, he influenced the mining secretary of his own government, that is Pooja Singhal. Now, these are the allegations. As a chief minister, there is a clear-cut guideline in the constitution that when you are holding these positions or ministry, you cannot get benefit, especially to you or your family, directly from your own government. But here there was a clear-cut violation which the BJP started raising before the courts, before different government bodies, and that is how this matter reached before the Election Commission. When Election Commission started probing the matter, sources have indicated that they found the evidence that yes, Mr. Hemant Soren misused the power of his office, and that is why these mining licenses were allotted to Hemant Soren. So these are the allegations. The findings are yet to be made official by Election Commission or the government of Jharkhand, but we have been given to understand, and sources say that the Election Commission has given the opinion of disqualifying Hemant Soren. It means that he won't be able to, if this happens, then it will be very difficult for Hemant Soren to continue as a chief minister of that state. Apart from that, we are also hearing that the governor of Jharkhand is on his way from Delhi to Jharkhand. By 3 o'clock, he is expected to reach there, and later on, he may officially disclose that what is there in the Election Commission report. So by evening, we can expect some development. But as far as
Hemant Soren, of course, remains defiant. He says none of that notice has come to him. So if any of these media reports, he has no awareness of that for now. Let's see how the story develops. Manish, thank you very much for joining us. Coming up on the other side of a short break, Supreme Court has issued a notice to the centre and the Gujarat government on Bilkis Bano's rapist remission. Makes 11 rapists a party in this case. In fact, the Supreme Court asking the Gujarat government to reply to those petitions challenging the remission of 11 of Bilkis convicts, and says make all of those 11 rapists a party in this case as well. The lawyer of Bilkis now vows to continue the fight for justice. Stay with us.
Kinmen Island. This is Taiwan's most threatened outpost, just 10 kilometers away from mainland China. If China made the Great Wall, Taiwan made a series of such tunnels right from 1949 onwards. Join me, Gaurav Sawant, as I report live and exclusive from Ground Zero, Taiwan, only on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
All right, the Supreme Court has now agreed to hear a petition challenging the remission of 11 convicts in the Bilkis Bano gang rape and murder case. The top court has issued a notice to the Gujarat government to file its response in this matter, has asked petitioners to make 11 convicts party in this case. The matter will now be taken up for hearing in 2 weeks' time by the Supreme Court. The CJI has questioned the exception in the remission and stated that 11 convicts will have to be made party in this case. Meanwhile, two big BJP leaders have broken ranks, spoken up for Bilkis Bano. BJP leader from Tamil Nadu, Khushbu Sundar, Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has spoken out against the release of 11 of these convicts. Radhikapur, Bilkis Bano's village, is seeing an exodus of Muslim families after the convicts were released. Remember, the 11 men are released on August 5th. They were released on August 15th under the Gujarat government's remission policy after serving 15 years in jail, leading to massive outrage across the country.
The rules were not followed. Neither the central government was consulted, nor the judge who had issued the judgment was consulted. So that is what the point of the petition was, an important point in the petition. This is such a big case with such ramifications that I think that is why the Supreme Court admitted it. This is a question of human rights, of humanity, and what kind of thinking is behind remission of this kind. Certainly the central government should have intervened by now.
Ma'am, one thing that's constantly being said since these convicts have been released is that even though the decision to grant them remission is that of the appropriate government, but at the same time, this is a decision that is subject to judicial review. Now that the Supreme Court's come and issued notices on these petitions, do you think that the first step towards correcting this wrong has been taken by the top court, in your opinion?
Yes, to put the system in place and to say, yes, we will look into it. Judges were very clear, even the bench, the two judges who were there in that earlier bench, they passed that 13th May order in Radhisham's petition, one of the convicts. Even they said that we have merely asked for the applications to be considered as per law. That doesn't mean that we say grant remission. We had nothing in hand to see. We have yet not to have anything to be seen. We don't have any papers. So once remission orders are there, then everybody would be in a position to see what exactly was prevailed over the committee to even arrive to this conclusion. As I was saying earlier also, parole of this person, this particular convict, was dismissed by Gujarat High Court saying there is no favorable, the report is not favorable to him. They said, looking into the report sent by the jail authorities, we are not inclined to grant him parole. That was as recent in April 2022.
The Supreme Court was very candid enough at time of argument that what was such a big wrong when a remission has been granted, because court had only ordered that their cases should be considered for remission. And if the remission was granted, what was such a big deal, because every day in, day out, the people are released on remission. So court was prima facie not inclined, but still they had issued notice, so we will file our appropriate reply to in this case. How can they attack on a remission order without even seeing the order? How can they make grounds in the writ petition without seeing the remission order? So this was very, very speculative writ petition which was filed in Supreme Court, and that too by a third party, a political outfit. So in any case, court has implemented us as party respondent in this case, and we will file our appropriate reply in this case also.
All right, some big developments coming in on the Pegasus Snoop Gate. In fact, a panel appointed by the Supreme Court to probe this case has told the Apex Court that it found no conclusive proof that spyware was found in 29 mobile phones that it has examined. However, 5 mobile phones that was examined had malware, but is that the Pegasus spyware? Yet to be established. Forensic analysis has revealed that the 5 phones found to have been affected by some malware, but again, no clarity if at all if it is Pegasus. Speaking on record there, the panel's sealed report, CJI NV Ramana, has noted that the government was not cooperating with the committee and reiterated its previous stance of not disclosing whether it used Pegasus for spying on citizens or not. The panel findings comes as a big blow to the opposition, which targeted the centre over the issue and alleged that government used software to carry out targeted surveillance on citizens. The Pegasus snooping case will now be heard after 4 weeks. Registry will also be given the next date of hearing. All right, on that note, it's a wrap on this edition of the Bulletin. For the news and updates, you could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for more. Stay tuned. News and updates coming up next.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Where will the next 25 years take us? How can India achieve global leadership? The country's top policymakers: Nitin Gadkari, Jyotiraditya Scindia, Ashwini Vaishnav, R.K. Singh, Dharmendra Pradhan, the biggest names of corporate India: Sunil Bharti Mittal, C.P. Gurnani, Anant Maheshwari, Shoma Mandal, and Ganapathy Subramaniam at the Big Business Today India at 100 Economy Summit, Friday 26th of August, live on businesstoday.in. Where will the next 25 years take us? How can India achieve global leadership? The country's top policymakers: Nitin Gadkari, Jyotiraditya Scindia, Ashwini Vaishnav, R.K. Singh, Dharmendra Pradhan. The biggest names of corporate India: Sunil Bharti Mittal, C.P. Gurnani, Anant Maheshwari, Shoma Mandal, and Ganapathy Subramaniam at the Big Business Today, India at 100 Economy Summit, Friday 26th of August, live on businesstoday.in.
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University. In association with Brokerage Kyun Dena, NoBroker.com hai na.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. Supreme Court issues notice to Centre and Gujarat government on Supreme Court issues notice to Centre and Gujarat government on Bilkis Bano rapist remission, makes the 11 rapists a party in the case. Bilkis lawyer vows to continue fight for justice. Big relief for Centre in Pegasus Spygate. Supreme Court panel says no proof of Pegasus spyware in 29 phones examined. BJP cries vindication, hits out at opposition. Big development in Prime Minister's security breach case. Supreme Court panel holds Firozpur top cop accountable, says SSP failed to discharge his duty and protect Modi. Amid endless protests, suspended BJP MLA T. Raja Singh breaks his silence on India Today, claims outrage is a manufactured controversy by KCR government. AIMIM chiefs open hypocrisy on Sartan se Juda thugs after seeking their arrest. Owaisi goes on to secure their release. Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren faces axe in illegal mining case. Poll panel recommends his government's disqualification for awarding mining contract to himself. Soren cries foul, says it seems BJP drafted the report. News coming in just right now. After the visit of US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, there is a growing call to invite the Dalai Lama to Taiwan. The US top official had met the Tibetan representative in Taipei on a strong message to Beijing that Washington stands with the people of Tibet. India Today went to the office of the representative of the Dalai Lama in Taipei. And this is what we've learned at the moment, that Taiwan is mulling inviting Dalai Lama next after the visit of US House of Speaker Representative Nancy Pelosi. This is the latest that's coming in.
I'm here at the Tibetan Religious Foundation, and after US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, there is a growing call here in Taiwan amongst followers of Buddhism, appealing to this foundation and to the government of Taiwan to invite His Holiness the Dalai Lama to Taiwan once again. Taiwan and Tibet have become red lines for China more so now than ever before. We have seen that it will not be his first visit. He has visited Taiwan in 1997, in 2001, and in 2009. But in the recent past, China has been rather sensitive about His Holiness the Dalai Lama and about the issue of Taiwan. And therefore, these red lines being breached is a huge provocation for China. Having said that, the community over here now believes that if top delegations from the United States of America can come, it is time that they reach out to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs here in Taipei to engage and see if His Holiness the Dalai Lama could come once again. One time when he came, he also visited this foundation and sat right here where his photo has been placed just as a representation. So a growing call that His Holiness the Dalai Lama should visit Taiwan once again. In Taipei, Geeta Mohan for India Today.
My colleague and our Foreign Affairs editor Geeta Mohan is now joining us live and exclusive from Taiwan. She brought us that report from Taiwan as well. Geeta, this seems to be that there is possibly an attempt, would you say, to provoke China further with this call to in fact invite the Dalai Lama to Taiwan?
Well, it certainly will not go down well with Beijing, Paulomi, and what the representative of the Dalai Lama here in Taiwan said to me was that they've already engaged the Ministry of the Foreign Affairs and have asked the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to look into the requests. A representation has been made with the requests that were put to his office and are engaging the Foreign Office to ensure that the Dalai Lama's visit takes place sooner than later. They are also looking at a time frame because we know that the Dalai Lama is aging and cannot travel a lot. So yes, it is going to be a huge provocation should the Dalai Lama visit in the coming future to Taiwan, because now the dynamics with regards to Tibet and Taiwan have really changed for China. I'm here right at the Hsinchu Air Base, a very important air base for Taiwan, Paulomi, and it just seems like the Chinese aggression in terms of the military operations, the transgressions into their airspace continues, and that's why we're seeing through the day over here fighter jets doing the sorties and coming back. So that's the scenario right now when Nancy Pelosi visited. Imagine if the Dalai Lama visits Taiwan, what will become of the situation over here? Certainly, there's some confidence now within the community over here, followers of Buddhism as also the Tibetan office, that Pelosi's visit did invite a lot of aggression in terms of these transgressions that you see, but not in terms of real action. So China also in many ways right now cannot afford a war or a real conflict. And it's the reason why now they're looking at engaging the Foreign Office to have an invitation go to Dharamshala for a visit by the Dalai Lama.
Geeta, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. We're cutting across to a BJP press conference being addressed by senior leader Ravi Shankar Prasad.
By an eminent retired judge of the Supreme Court has not found any Pegasus virus in the 29 mobiles submitted for examination. 29 मोबाइल जो सबमिट किए गए उसमें किसी में पेगासस नहीं पाया गया। 5 में एक मालवेयर है, उसकी वो जांच करने का आदेश है। अब देश के सामने बोलने का हमारा दिन है। क्या क्या खुराफात नहीं किया था इन लोगों ने। मेरे पास सारे कांग्रेस पार्टी के स्टेटमेंट्स हैं जो बदूनी जी उनकी टीम ने निकाल के रखा हुआ है। याद है ना, कांग्रेस ने आरोप लगाया था देशद्रोह का आरोप लगाया था। इन्होंने पिछले साल मॉनसून सेशन को होने नहीं दिया था और जो रिपोर्ट आई है तो मालूम हुआ हाली 21% प्रोडक्टिविटी हुई। और राहुल गांधी ने क्या कहा था वो हम जरूर आपके लिए कहना चाहेंगे। ये राहुल गांधी के पेगासस की हम टिप्पणी पढ़ रहे हैं आपके लिए। Pegasus is an attempt to crush Indian democracy. Pegasus is an attack on the country and country's institutions. I am confident the Supreme Court committee will get the truth. Pegasus was used against chief ministers, former prime ministers, and BJP's ministers, among others. Was the Prime Minister and Home Minister getting the data obtained through use of Pegasus? ये राहुल गांधी के स्टेटमेंट है। और बाकी राहुल गांधी कई ऐसे शब्दों का प्रयोग करते हैं जिसको मैं अपनी मर्यादाओं के कारण रिपीट नहीं कर सकता। लेकिन इतना कहा गया था उनके ऑफिशियल प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कि ये देशद्रोह का मामला है, राजद्रोह का मामला है। क्या राहुल गांधी कांग्रेस पार्टी माफी मांगेगी, जिस पर इतना तूफान खड़ा किया गया देश भर में कि भारत में जनता की प्राइवेसी को नुकसान बताया जा रहा है, इंस्टीट्यूशंस को कॉम्प्रोमाइज किया जा रहा है, प्रधानमंत्री अपने पार्टी के अंदर पेगासस के द्वारा सर्वेलेंस करा रहे हैं, विपक्षियों का करा रहे हैं, पूर्व प्रधानमंत्रियों का करा रहे हैं, आरोप शुरू हो गया। तो क्या आज कांग्रेस पार्टी माफी मांगेगी? क्या राहुल गांधी माफी मांगेंगे? ये हैं बड़े सवाल। और ये मैं इसलिए आपसे कह रहा हूं कि इन लोगों ने संसद चलने नहीं दी थी। आपको याद है ना? आप खास करके हमारे टीवी वाले और हमारे प्रिंट के हमारे मित्र उस समय के अपने फुटेज और रिपोर्टिंग को निकालेंगे तो संसद कितने दिन नहीं चलने दी गई थी वो सब रिपोर्ट आपके सामने आ जाएगी। ये सारा कुछ एक मोटिवेटेड कैंपेन का पार्ट है जिसका सच्चाई से कोई मतलब नहीं है।